Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Do solemnly swear that you're about to give in the cause not to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. Take your first and last name for the record.
It's Derek Russell, DEREK RUSSELL.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Russell.
Good morning, sir.
Where do you work?
I work for the Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm a detective.
Is that a peace officer position?
Yes, it is.
How long have you been a peace officer?
I've been a police officer since 2008,
How long have you been a detective?
since 2017, sir.
What do you do as a detective?
I work for our intelligence-led policing team.
What's that?
It's a detective unit that we work pretty much any crimes that include firearms, narcotics, stuff like that.
Is it more of a specialized team than more of a proactive enforcement team?
Yes, it is.
Were you involved in the investigation of the series of stabbings that took place in Davis on April 26th or 27th, April 29th, and May 1st of 2023?
Yes, I was.
What was your involvement during the course of those several days?
We worked a couple different things that we were told to do, including working some tips, working some proactive enforcement, being out in the city of Davis during certain times of the day and night to be proactive out in the streets.
Hey, when you say we, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to the team I work on.
How many people are on your team?
At that time, there was 4 of us. It was Sergeant Ellsworth, Detective Moore, Detective Lopez, and myself.
During the course from April 27th to about May 1st, were you and other law enforcement personnel actively trying to identify a suspect?
Yes, we were.
During that time, beginning April 27th up to May 1st, and then we'll stop at May 1st, did you and other law enforcement get information about suspect descriptions that evolved with more information?
Yes, we did.
So on May 1st of 2023, around just probably after 11:45 p.m., close to midnight, were you dispatched somewhere?
Yes, I was.
For that?
I was in the air. I was actually at 5th and L Street when I observed a call pop up on our computers that sounded like a physical fight going on at 2nd and L Street.
Where's 5th and L in relation to where you're dispatched?
It's approximately 3 blocks north of the location where the incident was occurring.
And did you respond to that location?
Yes, I did.
All right. How long did it take you to get there?
I would say from when the call popped up, approximately 1 minute or less.
What direction of travel did you take from 5th and L to get to 2nd and L?
I went southbound on L Street, which is towards the freeway from 5th.
As you're going down L Street, did you see anyone leaving the area where the PG&E substation is on L Street?
No, I did not.
So I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 25A. Have your approach.
Okay.
Detective Russell, do you recognize 25A?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's a general overview of the 2nd and L Street and the entire area where the incident occurred.
In this Davis?
Yes, it is.
And you're familiar with this area?
I am.
Can you see in that map where you were first located prior to getting the call?
It's actually just off the map, just north of 4th Street and L, in the top right corner.
Your permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
I believe you have a laser pointer up there, Detective Russell. And I know you mentioned Just off the map, with that laser pointer, can you sort of identify the area you were when you were dispatched and in the direction of travel you took?
So approximately up in this area, if the map continued, and I came southbound on L Street to the location here.
When you came southbound on the location, actually, excuse me, I should say, when you got to the location, how many law enforcement or medical personnel were present?
It was myself and Sergeant Ellsworth in my vehicle, and Detective Lopez and Detective Moore in their vehicle.
So you were your team was basically the first team to actually arrive, or the first people to arrive at the scene.
That's correct.
Right. Describe it. What happened when you got there? Describe the scene for us.
Well, it was dark, and it was kind of raining. It was a rainy night, I guess you can say. It was in an area that, there's not a lot of traffic at that time of night. When I showed up, there were several people flagging us down. I was in an unmarked vehicle, so and we had one patrol vehicle there, and there was a lot of people kind of acting frantic, waving us down, telling us they needed help.
All right, now I'm going to show you a screenshot from People's 53. Did you have a body camera on this date?
Yes, I did.
And was that body camera working and active?
Yes, it was.
And I'm going to show you this still shot from People's 53. You recognize that still shot?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
That's from my body camera.
Okay, and is that your body camera from May 1st of 2023?
Yes, it is.
It does capture the incident that you just responded, or just testified about.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you, you said you were with Sergeant Ellsworth as well?
Yes, I was.
Now, did Sergeant Ellsworth have a body camera?
He did.
And were you with him or in the general area of where he was at the same time?
Yes, I was.
Now, showing you this screenshot as well. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's the scene that we responded to.
And does that appear to be a scene from Sergeant Ellsworth's body camera?
Yes, it does.
And do those fairly accurately depict the scene when you both arrived?
Yes, it does.
You said people were flagging you down, and if I have this correct, they appeared to be frantic. Did you say that?
Yes, sir.
When you say frantic, describe that to me.
They were emotional, kind of screaming, that they needed help. Obviously very animated. There was a lot going on.
And so when you got there, what did you do to assess what was going on?
So when I got there originally, they said that the person in the tent
Objection here, sir. It's not being offered for the truth?
Correct.
Okay. Fact on the listener?
Yes.
All right. Overruled.
I'm sorry.
You got it.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. I guess, what did you do to assess the scene, or what did you do to respond?
When I got out of my vehicle, they said the person in the tent needed help and that she was stabbed.
And did you go over to the tent to see what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Did you see someone in there?
Yes, I did.
If we could, grant permission to publish Detective Russell's body camera?
Exhibit 53?
53, correct.
Okay.
And for this one, Your Honor, just letting you know the transcript after the jury watched the video.
Can we mark a transcript for the court record?
Yes.
Would be next in order, corresponds to 53. Counsel needs a copy of the transcript. Well, let me ask this, Mr. Demar. The court has an order in place not to show the injured victim. Is that an issue in this video?
Yeah, it would be. Although minimal, it would fall within the video, so I'd ask that the court's order be in place for this.
Okay, fair enough. So thank you, Mr. Clerk had prompted me, so we're not gonna live stream the video. Audio only. Okay. But it is gonna show on the, obviously for the jury.
Yes. Hold on.
Unknown race male, used the description you provided, all black clothing, last thing going on third from Helen.
Hey, we need to get her out. We need to get her out. She's stabbed in the back pretty good. Okay, stay right there.
Targeted on pretty large perimeter.
Hey, no, dude, we need a fucking cop car here. We need a cop car.
Hey,
Just stay right there, okay?
he's our media used to be out here. This is the perimeter.
Hey, we need a cop car out here, Nick. Hold on, okay? Hey, listen, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Mark, out here. Mark, on it.
Okay, don't move, okay? Just stay right there.
Hey, just hang tight, okay? We got AMR here. We got AMR.
Hey, she got multiple stab wounds in her back, lower back.
She in here?
Yeah, I
Okay.
Only in the back, man?
She's not sure. She said she felt like she was getting punched.
Gotcha. We'll get you out of here in a second, okay?
20 minutes, we go from her set. We can expect it to Fresno weekend. Russell and
They're gonna get him out of here.
and
So.
first. And
We have a stabbing.
60 on team, Sentinel.
Just occurred, second and out.
4-6, we had new pictures under.
You're okay. Stay right there, okay?
Actually, do you mind grabbing
Is anybody else in there? No. There's lots of blood.
42 on flight 3. Do you need me on scene or do you want me out for a minute right now?
Really just perimeter.
Check with 79.
Man, how you doing? Okay, how many times did you get stabbed? Okay.
42, we're at, Amtrak.
We're gonna have to get you out of here, okay? Are you able to stand up at all? Okay.
Still really here, blue shirt with jeans.
You got shoes?
What?
You got some? Whoever, you wanna start cutting your clothes off? Just
That's the description. Blue shirt, jeans, black backpack.
Man, what's your name? How old are you? Okay, gotcha. Do you have any body muscles? We're gonna cut your shirt off. Okay, and then we're gonna get you into the ambulance and go to the hospital, okay?
You got yours right.
Short 23, you can show me clear from this location. You see Davis gonna hold this position. And
Now, Detective Russell, did that capture your first moments when you arrived on scene at Second and Out?
Yes, it did.
All of the screams that we heard at the beginning when we heard a voice crying out for Isaiah and I had been stabbed twice, did that all come from Ms. Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes, it did.
When you got there, at any point did you observe Ms. Guillory standing up, or was she always in sort of that fetal position in her tent?
She stayed in that position.
Did you observe the knife wounds in her back? Or the stab wounds, excuse me, in her back?
I couldn't see any of the wounds through her clothing.
Did you see the blood?
Yes, I could.
As you approach the tent, there's a moment in that video, in that body camera, where you tear Is that the north wall of the tent?
Yes, it would be.
Prior to that, when you got there, were you able to look inside the tent? Was there already a hole or an opening in there?
Yes, I was able to look in and actually thought it was the door to the tent.
How big, when you first saw it, before you tore the wall of the tent, about how big the opening?
I would estimate it was about 3 feet in length from up to down, and about 2 feet from in width from left to right.
Why did you end up tearing the rest of the wall?
To be honest, sir, I thought it was the door to the tent, and I wanted to be able to get to her.
At some point, did you think, or did you learn that that was not actually the door to the tent?
Yes, sir.
When did you learn that?
I learned that when reviewing my body camera.
In reviewing your body camera, did you see where the opening or door was supposed to be?
I couldn't tell, but I did tell that there wasn't a zipper or anything on that side, so I knew it wasn't the actual door.
And you had mentioned, or excuse me, could you tell what Ms. Guillory was wearing at that time?
Yes.
May I proceed to the encounter?
Okay.
Thank you. Detective Russell, what was Ms. Guillory wearing when you arrived on scene, when you first saw her?
She was wearing pants, like sweatpants, and a sweater or sweatshirt.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 28A, 28B, 28C, and 28D. Can I approach your honor?
Okay.
You have some gloves up here. Showing you these exhibits. When you glove up, you want to open those and let them know what those items are. Take it all the way up. Okay.
This one is. I don't know where your number.
It's the little red, oh, you had it on the other side, and
This is.
sometimes it says ID that confuses people, but
Yeah.
there's a number there.
It's 28B.
Excuse me. It's 28B. You don't have to lift up what's in there. You just give it a look and let me know if you recognize that. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the sweater that Miss Guillory had on in the
You
tent.
observed her wearing that when you responded on May 1st, 2023?
Yes, I do. Yes, I did.
So that's 28B. We could go to 28A. Are you opening right now to take post?
This is 28D as in David.
There's a package within a package.
Yes, sir.
Right.
There's a lot of packaging. These were Miss Guillory's pants that she had on.
And were those the ones that she was wearing on May 1st, 2023?
Yes, they were.
You recognize those as the pants?
Yes, I do.
In people's 28D and 28E, is there any blood that you can recognize on those items?
The first one on the sweater, there was blood.
Do you recall if you were able to see any punctures in the garments, such as a knife wound, or excuse me, where a sharp object would enter?
Not that I remember. It was just blood.
And going to 28A.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
It's another shirt that she had on during that incident,
When we say she, you mean Ms. Guillory?
Miss Guillory.
You recognize that shirt as the one she was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Describe that one, that shirt.
It's like a light blue or off blue in color, almost teal.
Any blood or puncture wounds in that, or puncture marks in there?
This shirt is, I couldn't see any, it did have some blood, but it was also cut. It looks like possibly from the paramedics.
And you knew paramedics were, based on your body camera and your presence at the scene, you knew paramedics were treating Ms. Guillory and transported her to the hospital.
That's correct.
And then the last exhibit in 28, 28C.
This is another gray shirt that Miss Guillory had on during the incident, like an undershirt.
Great. And is there, you recognize that as something she was wearing when you responded?
Yes, sir.
You want to say respond on him first? Is there blood or any puncture mark on that?
There is blood. Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind with 28D, and I'll go back to, or 28C, and I'll go back to 28D. If you wouldn't mind holding that item up.
So you're asking to take the T-shirt out of the packaging for C and hold it and display it to the jury?
Correct, with Your Honor's permission.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, sir. You said D, right, sir?
I thought you said C.
C.
C. May I stand up?
Yeah.
All right.
Then why don't you face the jury with it so it's published?
And was that the, do you recall if that was the, which level of garment that was in the Guillory? Like if that was the undershirt and you have the other ones over it, or if that was somewhere in the top or in the middle?
It was definitely an undershirt. I just don't know which one.
Do you have to put a sweater in that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's B. B as in boy.
B? Okay.
And was that the outermost layer, or was that somewhere in the middle?
I believe this was the middle as well.
Which one was the outermost layer that you recall from seeing the Guillory?
I believe it was like a thicker sweater, if I recall right.
All right, if you wouldn't mind retrieving that one then, let's do that one.
B, so which item are you asking him to retrieve?
The outer sweater was at A.
I'm getting confused now.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, let's just do the remaining two. So
All
let's
right.
do A and B as well.
This is A.
Okay, let's start with A then. Is A that outermost sweater?
Yes, it is.
Right, and then we'll finish with 50. So blood on the lower, sort of left or right kind of side you're on, looking at the garment.
Yes.
And then we'll finish with E. And are those the sweatpants that you were talking about?
Yes, sir. I think they're actually like ski pants, but yeah. Like,
Some sort of nylon type pant.
yes, sir.
Great. Thank you, Detective.
Just for the record, all four of those items have been.
Detective, after you responded to the scene and paramedics or medical personnel started treating Ms. Guillory, did you and your team stay on scene or did you go elsewhere?
We went elsewhere.
Where did you go?
We had a rather large perimeter set up with outside agencies. At that point, our team was assigned to start searching every yard within the perimeter, all the way from L Street all the way to A Street.
When you say a perimeter, can you describe what that means?
A perimeter is when you have kind of an area locked down with police presence in certain points where someone could go on streets, and that kind of locks the person down, hopefully within a perimeter that at that point we can go in there and find them.
Is it basically another way to say you take an area and you draw like a grid, like a box or a circle around it, and you try to lock down that area?
That's correct.
By the time, how long after the call came out did you establish a perimeter?
It started going up pretty quick with other officers responding to the scene, taking perimeter spots, but I don't think it was ever completely locked down, as you would say. There was definitely areas where we didn't have enough police presence where someone could have gotten through.
Okay, and so when you say lock down, I guess a way, you correct me if this is an incorrect way to describe it, you say lock down, meaning there's no access points for someone to get in and out of that perimeter, meaning not going through yards, streets, sidewalks, things like that.
That's correct.
With a perimeter, typical law enforcement perimeters, are there, in your experience, One, are there ways that, or excuse me, your experience, are they oftentimes set up too late where a suspect has already left the area?
That's correct.
And in other experiences, are there those holes or those gaps that an individual can escape through without law enforcement detection?
That is correct.
On May 1st into May 2nd of 2023, with the perimeter set up in your law enforcement response, were you able to identify and apprehend Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mora. Mr. Hutchinson, cross.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this morning. So when you received the call about the incident, that was some information you received from dispatch.
Originally, sir, I believe someone saw it on their computer that we were parked next to, that it popped up on the board. At that point, dispatch then dispatched it, but I believe I saw it on the board first, or on the our computer system.
But when it's referring to something that's on board, that means someone has called into dispatch already,
That's correct.
and then dispatch enters that information into a computer,
Yes, sir.
and then when they enter that information to a computer, you can see that in real time while they're entering it.
As soon as the call's entered, it pops up on our computer, and sometimes it takes, several minutes for them to dispatch it. But I did see it before it was actually dispatched. It was dispatched shortly after it popped up on our computer.
And by referring to dispatch, that's when the dispatcher actually calls people and tells them to go to a location.
That's correct.
But until that dispatcher enters the information in the computer, you're not going to see any information about the 911 call.
That's correct.
So if we know what time the 911 call came in, we can get an approximation of when you probably saw this incident pop up on the board.
That's correct.
You were in an unmarked patrol car at the time?
Yes, sir. An unmarked, completely unmarked.
You said you were north of 5th and L?
We were at 5th and L, driving eastbound back to the police department when the call came out.
So you were on 5th and L, driving eastbound toward the police department?
Yes, sir.
So that would be, you were on 5th Street, driving eastbound?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way to determine the exact time that you saw that on the board?
No, sir.
And as soon as you saw that, did you stop and look at the board, or was this something you saw while driving?
I don't remember exactly how it went. I just remember seeing it being told or seeing that it popped up and then responding to it.
And who was in the car with you again?
It was Sergeant Ellsworth.
So what route did you take once you received the call to get to the location?
So I was on 5th Street, driving eastbound. I believe I made the U-turn just east of L Street, which is there's a barrier there. Drove westbound on 5th Street and then southbound on L Street, to be exact.
Do you know exactly what time you arrived at the location? Is there any way to determine that?
The only way
Information.
would be to check the dispatch call and see when we would show ourselves coming on scene. We always advise dispatch.
So when you arrive on scene, the first thing you do is advise dispatch, we're on this location?
Typically, yes, sir.
Do you recall if you did that in this situation?
I don't recall if I did it or Sergeant Ellsworth did it.
body camera, you have to activate that?
That's correct, sir.
Do your body cameras have a timestamp?
Yes, they do.
So the video we were shown, there did not appear to be a timestamp on it. How are we to determine what time that body camera first began?
When I review the video on our system, it does have a timestamp. I don't know if it showed up on that video or not that was just played.
When you review it on your system, it does have a timestamp?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So you can, if you were to go back, you can review it at the Davis Police Department?
That's correct.
Did you review it before you testified today?
I did.
And if you were to, you're under subpoena to testify next week as well, correct?
That's correct.
So if necessary, you could go back and check and determine exactly what time your body cam began?
I could, yes, sir.
And you can also check dispatch to see what time you or Sergeant Ellsworth called in at your arrival.
That's correct.
Because as you sit here today, I assume you don't have as you sit here today, I'm assuming you don't have a specific recollection of when you turned on your body camera, if it was 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds?
That's correct. It was definitely after I was out on my vehicle already. I don't know exactly how long I had been there, but I would say it definitely would be under 30 seconds from activation from when we got there.
Now, when you arrived there, you could hear Ms. Guillory yelling.
Yes, I could.
She appeared to be yelling for an Isaiah.
Yes.
But in the body camera, there does not appear to be anybody standing around her tent during the time your body camera is rolling.
They were just north of it, I guess you can say, probably within 20 feet of where the tent was.
But during the time your body camera was recording, there are no individuals standing immediately outside Ms. Guillory's tent.
Not directly outside, no, sir.
They had moved to a different location.
They were just a little bit north of the tent, I guess you can say, like on the sidewalk still, close to it.
The individuals, do you recall if one of them was Isaac Chessman?
I do.
Was one of the individuals there when you first arrived, Christine Barrios?
I don't recall her name, but it was Isaac's significant other.
So you're familiar with Mr. Chessman, you know that name?
Yes, sir. I spoke to him at that scene.
And there was a female who was a significant other of Mr. Chessman?
That's correct.
What about Larry Pilot? Was he among the group who was just north of the scene?
Yes, he was.
And you know Mr. Pilot?
I don't know him personally, but I remember seeing him and Isaac talking about him.
Where was Alberto Osorio when you arrived?
I can't tell you exactly where he was when I arrived, but towards the end of the scene there, probably approximately 10 minutes after I got there, at one point I did have a brief conversation with him.
But as you sit here today, you can't recall Alberto Osorio was one of the individuals just north of the tent?
When I first arrived, I can't tell you if he was there or not.
Do you know John Weddle?
I don't know John Weddle.
So, sir, I'm going to play a portion of the video. In the video, approximately 45 seconds into it, you approached Ms. Guillory's tent?
Yes, I approached her tent.
Exhibit 15.
People think you're 53. And was this the first time you approached the tent, the area where there was an opening?
I believe so.
Good. Hey, listen.
Okay. I'm stopping here about 40. I'm going to go back a little bit here.
This is the perimeter. Hey, we need a cop car out here, Dave.
Hold on, good.
Okay, I'm stopping at 47 seconds. You heard her yell out for Isaiah,
Yes, sir.
and you know Isaiah's first name of Mr. Chessman.
I didn't at the time, but after speaking with him, yes.
You see this opening at this point. It looks like Miss Guillory's hand is reaching out and holding on to a portion of the tent, or maybe even the rain slip.
Yes, sir.
And you initially thought this was the door.
Yes, I did.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna get you out of here.
And now stopping at 50, you grabbed the tent and tore it, appears to be horizontally to the left.
That's correct.
Were you trying to tear it, or did you actually think it was a zipper and you were just opening it?
To be honest, I thought it was like a zipper that was going to open if you pull the tent.
But you did not have any difficulty tearing it based on the video. It tore relatively easily.
Yes, sir. It was already partially torn, so it opened pretty quick.
And you don't know if anyone else, either Mr. Chessman, his significant other, or Mr. Pilot, had torn the tent prior to your arrival.
I do not know.
Did you ever document in your police report, or in any police report, that you had torn a portion of the tent?
No, sir.
Did you ever advise any of the investigators that you had torn part of the tent?
I believe I did. Yes, sir.
Who do you think you advised that you had torn the tent? I don't want you to guess, but if you remember telling someone else that you had torn the tent.
It would be a guess, but I remember a conversation about it.
But you don't remember who that conversation was with?
No, sir.
Would it have been one of... Was there a primary detective on this case? Or...
I don't, yes, every incident there was.
Let me back up. There were many people probably above your pay grade who were involved in this case. Would that be a fair statement?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And you remember telling someone that you had torn the tent?
Yes, I do.
You just can't recall who that was.
That's correct.
Okay, don't move, okay? Stay right there.
Okay, I'm stopping, sir, at 56 seconds. You are wearing your body camera and you're illuminating the tent with a flashlight.
That's correct.
And there appears to be right here a phone, or maybe even a tablet, but it appears to be a phone that is lit up. Can you see that?
I see the item. Can't tell you exactly what it is, but yes.
It's something that is lighting up. It's an electronic screen, it appears to be.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And again, at 56, you can see where this netting on the tent begins. The upper netting up here, can you see this portion?
Yes, sir.
How tall are you, sir?
Approximately 6'1".
Where, if you recall, was your body camera positioned on your body on this date?
It's usually right in the center of my chest.
So if I could have you stand up and demonstrate for the jury where you wear your body camera,
I usually wear it right about here, sir.
and just your gesturing kind of right in the middle of your chest, kind of between your pecs.
Yes, sir.
Is that where you always wear the body camera?
Yes, sir.
And the body camera is facing straight forward.
Yes.
So if I'm standing up facing straight forward, the angle is from between my chest.
Yes, sir.
And so if you bend over, then you'll get more of a downward view.
That's correct.
And if you were to lean back, you get an upward view.
That's correct.
Now, sir, you did speak with some individuals at the scene,
Briefly, yes, sir.
but later you became aware that these individuals were reporting that the stabber had been at the location earlier that evening, approximately 9 or 9:30,
Yes, sir. Some of them matched the description.
and you were assigned to investigate that report.
Yes, I was.
Did you speak to Isaac Chessman about what he had seen around 9:30, a person by the camp who he said was scoping them out and he and Mr. Osorio chased?
Yes, sir.
And you did investigation to determine if you could identify who that person was.
I did.
At some point, you received a video that appeared to show at least a portion of the individual getting chased by Mr. Chessman and Mr. Osorio.
I did not receive it, but I observed it. Yes, sir.
Someone showed you that video?
That's correct.
Who showed you the video?
It was an FBI agent that was in the room at the time, our investigations room.
Do you recall which FBI agent it was?
I do not.
Was it a male or a female?
It was a male.
Was it a Mr. Pope?
To be honest with you, sir, I don't recall.
And this is yes or no. Did the FBI agent tell you how he obtained this video? This is a yes or no question.
Yes, he said it was an anonymous person sent a video in to him.
So it was your understanding some unknown or anonymous person had sent in this video.
From what I recall, yes, sir.
Now, by anonymous, did you clarify with the FBI agent whether it was someone who he had no idea who it was, or just someone who gave him information that he promised to keep that person's identity anonymous? Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, can you be a little more clear, I guess, because it was interesting.
In other words, someone could send a video from a fake email, an anonymous source, and officers have no idea who it is. Or someone could give an email or give a video and say, keep my name anonymous, but the officer knows who gave it to him. So that's my question.
Yeah, I think the way that they wanted to keep it kind of close to them, I would say it was probably the second part, that they didn't want to provide us with it.
And you were able, based on watching the video, what did you see?
It was kind of a not the best quality video. It showed someone riding a bike and riding, it looks like maybe in the area of L Street and 2nd Street, on 2nd Street, just east of L. The person on the bike stops, talks to a person that's on the north side.
Okay, let me stop you there. Were we able to recognize who the person on the bike was?
No, I was not.
Okay, does the person on the bike, does that appear to be the person doing the chasing, or does that appear to be the person being chased?
It appears that he was doing the chasing. It was definitely a male riding the bike, and a male running as well.
Do you know what Isaac Chessman looks like?
Yes, I do.
Was Isaac Chessman the one on the bike?
No, it was not.
Do you know what Alberto Osorio looks like?
I do.
Was Alberto Osorio the one on the bike?
No, it was not.
Do you know what John Weddle looks like?
I do not know what John Weddle looks like.
And so this person was the person riding the bike also filming it?
It looked that way. It was pretty poor quality, like bouncing. Hard to see what exactly was going on until the bicycle stopped.
So there's another person on foot. What did you observe about that person who's being chased?
As the video went to the person that was being chased, there was a brief conversation between the two parties. The person on the bike asked the person what his name was and what he was doing, and then the person that had been running responded that His name was Khalid, and he had just gotten off of work from Steve's Pizza.
And where, if you could tell, when this person says, my name is Khalid and I just got off work at Steve's Pizza, where were they at in relation? Had they turned east on 2nd Street?
Yeah, they were in front of, so if you go east on 2nd Street from L, it was a dispensary, I believe it's called Main Stage. It looked like they were right in that, maybe right in front of it, or right, pretty close to it.
Did this Khalid appear that he'd been out of breath?
It didn't really show his face, but it appeared like he was scared. Like it wasn't a super long video. I'd say it was like 10 to 15 seconds, and that was the gist of it, I guess.
So could you even see this Khalid's face in the video? His hair, his skin color?
Not that I remember at all. It was mostly just clothing, which I don't remember the clothing that he had on, but it was kind of like the person on the bike didn't want the Khalid to know that he was recording him. So as that's kind of what I took from it.
How long was the recording?
It couldn't have been longer from what I saw. 10 to 20 seconds, I estimate.
Now at this point, this is prior to Mr. Reales Dominguez being arrested, correct?
Initially when I saw the video, yes.
Okay. So at that point, was it possible in your mind that this Khalid could have been the stabber?
Yes, it was possible.
So did you obtain a copy of the video from the FBI?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't know. I asked for it. I remember asking for it, or asking who showed me the video. Never was I given to. The video was never given to me, or sent to me. So they wanted to keep it with them.
When you asked them, can I get a copy of the video, what did they say?
I didn't ask the person that showed me originally. I just went in asking our detectives, hey, who has that video? Nobody knew. I remember asking around the room at this point in our investigations conference room, where there was, probably 50 Davis PD, other investigations teams, FBI. There was a lot of people in there. At no point could I ever receive the copy of the video.
But you knew that FBI had a copy of the video.
Somebody did, yes, sir.
But you would agree it's general when you receive a video of a potential homicide suspect or attempted homicide suspect, it's good police practice to preserve and obtain a copy of that video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you attempted to do that.
I did.
But again, people above your pay grade overruled you.
That's correct.
But based on what you'd seen in the video, did you do additional investigation?
I did.
Did you go to Steve's Pizza?
Yes, I did.
Where is Steve's Pizza located?
Steve's Pizza is located on F Street, just north of 3rd, in the downtown Davis area.
And did you, when you went there, did you make inquiries if they had an employee named Khalid?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak to when you went there?
I believe her name was April Hunter.
And did Ms. Hunter tell you that she did have an employee named Khalid?
Yes, she did.
Did she provide you with that employee's last name?
She did.
Is that Khalid Siddiqui?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Siddiqui was not present at Steve's Pizza when you arrived.
No, he was not.
Did you ask Ms. Hunter if she could put Mr. Siddiqui in contact with you?
I did.
And at some point, did you have contact with Khalid Siddiqui?
Yes, I did.
Was that in person or on the phone?
It was via telephone.
So have you, to this day, have you ever seen what Khalid Siddiqui looks like?
I couldn't tell you if I looked up his photo using our database or not. I don't recall if I ever looked it up, but I'm assuming I did.
Do you have a memory of what he looked like?
Not at this time, not today.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Siddiqui? Did he or did you call him?
He called me.
Did you identify yourself with the Davis Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell him what you were investigating?
I did.
Did you reference an incident on May 1st where someone had been chased near the intersection of 2nd and L?
I did.
Did Mr. Siddiqui appear to know what you were referring to?
Yes, he did.
And don't tell me what he told you, but did you take a statement from Mr. Siddiqui?
Yes, I did.
Did he describe to you his observations?
Yes, he did.
And based on your conversation with Mr. Siddiqui and the video evidence that you've seen, did you make a determination that Mr. Siddiqui was the individual who had been chased by Mr. Chessman and Mr. Osorio?
Yes, I did.
And you determined that Mr. Siddiqui had no involvement in the stabbings whatsoever?
I wouldn't say I determined it at that point after speaking with him, but it was determined later, yes.
But in speaking with him, you made a determination that he was the one who had been chased.
That's correct.
And you wrote a report summarizing your interview with Mr. Siddiqui?
That's correct.
And you reviewed that report before you came to court today?
Yes, I did.
You wrote that report on May 2nd, right?
That's correct.
And then that is submitted to a superior for review?
Yes, sir.
And so that was reviewed by Janelle Bespich?
I'm assuming so. She was the investigating sergeant.
Do you have the report with you today?
I do.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report to see who it was approved by?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
It was approved by Sergeant Bespich.
And what date was it approved by Sergeant Bespich?
It was June 1st, 2023.
And you advised other people involved in the investigation of your findings with respect to Mr. Siddiqui?
That's correct.
You advised Detective Ramos?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did you advise Detective Muscardini?
I assume I did.
Would it be fair to say you advised every person who needed to know this information that the person that Mr. Chessman and Mr. Osorio had reported was the stabber? You advised the other detectives in your office that it was really Khalid Siddiqui?
I believe it was discussed during the briefings. Yes, sir. So everyone that was present at our briefings.
Did you ever see any of the media appearances where Mr. Chessman was on television explaining how he had chased the stabber approximately 2.5 hours earlier and how the man had been out scoping out the tent? Did you ever see any of that?
I had heard that he was on there, but I never saw anything.
Were you made aware that Mr. Chessman was on television saying how he had seen the stabber 2.5 hours earlier and had chased him?
I was made aware of that. Yes, sir.
And you knew, based on your investigation, that what Mr. Chessman was repeating on television was not true.
I guess at which point are you referring to?
Well, you knew that Mr. Siddiqui was not the stabber. That was a determination that was made relatively quickly.
I wouldn't say relatively quickly. There was hundreds of tips coming in and people identified. I don't think anybody was 100% ruled out at any point.
Didn't Detective Ramos write a report dated May 2nd stating that Mr. Siddiqui was, quote, cleared of any involvement?
He may have. That wasn't my part of it.
Have you ever viewed a report by Sergeant Ramos dated May 2nd where he indicates Mr. Khalid Siddiqui had been cleared of any involvement?
I never reviewed Sergeant Ramos's report.
Did anyone else do any follow-up on Mr. Siddiqui other than you?
I'm not sure.
To your knowledge?
Yeah, I don't know.
And you don't know what further discussions were had between the FBI agents and the higher-ups in your office about that video?
I do not.
They may have had additional information about the video that was not shared with you.
They may have.
Because, sir, wouldn't you agree that if detectives believed that Khalid Siddiqui may have been involved, there would have been more investigations than simply calling him on the phone and asking him what happened? Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, it's really just speculation. I don't know. Like I said, I was told to look into the video that I observed. I did so. I identified the person. I don't know what, and spoke with him on the phone. I don't know what happened on the end of it or what exactly happened, I guess.
And so after you wrote your report on May 2nd, that was the last time you did any investigation with respect to Mr. Siddiqui?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, does Mr. Siddiqui still work at Steve's Pizza?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was crossed. Mr. Demore, any redirect?
Yes, sir. Now, Detective Russell, are you familiar with catalogs? Computer-assisted dispatch log, or computer-automated
Yes,
dispatch log?
catalog, yes.
What's the purpose of a catalog?
It's to date stamp, time stamp incidents where the call was inputted into our system, when people were dispatched, what their arrival time was, when the call was cleared, stuff like that. Everything relevant to that specific call will be in a catalog.
Would a review of a catalog from when you were dispatched on May 1st of 2023 refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
Yes, it would.
Approach. And looking at this, just let me know if that refreshes your recollection as to when you were dispatched and when you arrived on scene.
Let's see. So it looks like we were, yes, it does.
Right, and if you could, is this document generated automatically when a call is comes in or is produced?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell from reviewing this document when the CAD entry was created?
It was received on 23:43 hours, which would have been 11:43 p.m.
And that's on May 1st of 2023?
Yes, that was received.
And so on this, in reviewing this document, does that refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched to 2nd and L and when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Right, and when was that?
I was dispatched at 23:52, which would have been 11:52 p.m. And I was on scene at the same time, 11:52 p.m.
Now, were there some seconds involved in this dispatch time as well?
There was.
And how is it that you were dispatched and arrived on scene at the same time?
I believe when we were going, we said we were pretty close, so I think we must have told them that, hey, you can put us on the call, is something that we would typically say, and that we're coming up on scene, which means we're really close.
You said that call was received, like had it received at 11:43. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see when the CAD itself was created?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
It was 11:46 p.m.
All right. So when you arrived on scene, I want to go back to your body camera. You were asked on cross-examination whether you saw an electronic device, looked like a phone, could have been a tablet. Was it, from your recollection, was that phone illuminated, like the backlight was illuminated?
I didn't remember that at all until it was pointed out to me.
Well, let me ask you this. Seeing it being pointed out in the body camera, and as you described, the scene was dark at the time when you arrived, did you see any light source other than law enforcement light sources illuminated from that tent?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything to indicate to you that there was a lighting source or something like that inside that tent?
Not that I can recall.
Now, momentarily, briefly, I want to talk about Mr. Siddiqui and that investigation into him. You agree that when tips were coming in related to the stabbings up until May 1st of 2023, law enforcement hadn't yet identified Mr. Reales Dominguez, correct?
That's correct.
And so, as a peace officer and a detective, were you and other peace officers and investigators trying to follow up on every single tip that you could?
We were trying to. Yes, sir.
Let me stop you there. We've been going for a while, and this is a line of questioning, and there may be recross. So we're not going to finish it in the next 30 seconds. And Detective Russell, we're going to take a mid-morning break. It's going to be 15 minutes, so we'll see you back on the other side. You're excused.
Okay, thank you.
The jury's saying, remember the three-part admonition, and I'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Off the record.
learned of this individual who, several hours prior to you, prior to Ms. Guillory being stabbed, and you were tasked with investigating that, was that the typical response that law enforcement was taking at the time? You give a tip and then you follow up with it.
That's correct.
Was the idea of the investigation to either confirm that this is a legitimate tip or close it because it wasn't relevant or part of the investigation?
It was kind of like a screening, I guess you could say. We would screen it and see if it had any legitimacy and do our follow-up on it.
And so you did your follow-up with Mr. Siddiqui, fair to say within 24 hours of when Ms. Guillory was stabbed?
Yes, sir.
And once you found out what Mr. Siddiqui had to say, did you move on with your investigation as related to identifying the actual person who stabbed Ms. Guillory and the other individuals on April 27th and April 29th?
That's correct.
So, with that, you closed the case on Mr. Siddiqui relatively quickly and never mentioned his name again.
I passed it to the whoever the detective was, yes, and moved on to the next one.
And as far as you know, once you determined that Mr. Siddiqui was there several hours prior, on second L, there several hours prior to Ms. Guillory being stabbed, to your knowledge, did you or any other law enforcement personnel ever mention his name?
I did not. Have not heard that name.
Thank you. No further questions.
That was redirected and recrossed?
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as defense exhibit A. Do you recognize what is the paper we exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Appears to be a satellite map of a portion of Davis.
Yes, sir.
And you can see the area with a red marker. This appears to be the intersection of 2nd and L, where L runs into 2nd Street and then turns east.
That's correct.
And just north of this intersection, that is the general area where Miss Guillory's tent was located, where she was stabbed, where my little cursor is.
That's correct.
Steve's Pizza, that is located on F Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Between 3rd and 4th.
Yes, sir.
It's not, Steve's Pizza is not visible on this map,
That's correct.
but you can see the famous Davis Jack in the Box up here on the far corner, correct?
At 3rd and G, or 4th and G, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
So this is the Jack in the Box.
That's correct.
Okay. Steve's Pizza is kind of over here on F Street, kind of where my cursor is right now. That'd be a fair estimate?
Very fair. Yes, sir.
And so if someone were to leave Steve's Pizza, walk south on F Street, then turn east on 3rd Street, that would take them directly to the intersection of 3rd and L.
That's correct.
The prosecutor was asking you about tips. It would be fair to say that Davis Police Department was getting an enormous amount of tips during this time period.
That's fair to say.
A lot of these tips, just based on, were probably not credible, just based on the information that was given, correct?
Yes.
You get people telling you, there's a suspicious person standing outside my house, or examples of like that, correct?
Yeah, some things that we could really investigate. Yes.
Well, what Mr. Chessman told you, that was, Chessman was a precipient witness to a stabbing, correct?
Yes, sir.
You knew he had been, even though he hadn't seen anything, he had been in the tent right next door to Miss Guillory when she was stabbed.
That's correct.
So, and Mr. Chessman told law enforcement he had seen the individual scoping out the tents, hiding behind the trees approximately 2 to 2.5 hours earlier, and had chased him, correct?
That's correct.
That's not a tip. That is a statement from a witness to a crime. Would you agree?
Yes.
So what Mr. Chessman told law enforcement, that was certainly given more priority than just some random person calling in, I think it's my nephew in my basement.
Absolutely.
All right. And so that was something, given his statement that this was the stabber, that was something that was given priority.
That was.
You were only asked to get involved with that after the FBI had brought this video to the attention of higher ups in your office.
That's correct.
And you have no information on what was discussed, what was shared between them before you were shown this short video clip.
That would be correct.
The video clip that you saw, it appeared to be in front of a dispensary, did you say?
Yeah, it appeared like the dispensary, I believe it's called Main Stage, is just out of the view of that map to the east more. It looked like it was right in front of the building, I guess you can say, on the street.
So my cursor, I'm now going east on 2nd Street, and then I come to the end of the photo. Main Stage is just a little bit further east,
Yes, sir.
and it's on the north side of 2nd Street.
Yes, sir.
This video you were shown, it was not surveillance footage from Main Stage. It appeared to have been taken on a cell phone or something.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever given surveillance footage from Main Stage to see if the individuals you saw in the cell phone video were also captured on their surveillance?
I was not.
I have nothing. I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Russell, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, have a great day.
You too.
All right, Mr. DeMora.
We will call Detective Nicholas Russell.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Come on in, stand here at the podium, take the oath, and then witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony about to give will cause nothing for the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can sit. Take the first last name for the record and spell them both.
My first name is Nicholas, spelled Nicholas, and my last name is Russell, spelled Russell.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct exam.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Any relation to Detective Derek Russell with Davis PD?
No,
Coincidence that it's the same last name.
correct.
And that they're called back to back. We've had dozens of witnesses, so that's a coincidence.
Sir, what's your job?
I'm a detective with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office.
And as a peace officer position,
Correct.
how long have you been working as a peace officer?
Approximately 13 years.
And were you working as a peace officer back on May 2nd of 2023?
I was.
And did you go to the city of Davis?
I did.
What was your purpose for going to the city of Davis?
My supervisor had stated the Davis Police Department needed assistance in the investigation.
And so, is this typical for big cases for different agencies to assist each other?
Yes.
And then when you got there, what was your task to do in the area?
My task was to potentially obtain surveillance video in the area of 3rd Street and L Street.
And so, did you check different places for video?
I did.
And was one of those 320 K Street in the city of Davis?
That's correct.
And were you able to recover video from that?
Yes.
And pursue this charge?
Okay.
So, Detective, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 26C. It's got a single video. I'm going to show it to you. Are you able to see People's 26C?
Yes.
And do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the video that I had collected.
All right. Now, when you collect video, do you look at the timestamp that is marked on the video?
Yes.
What's the purpose of doing that?
To confirm that the timestamp shown on the video is accurate.
And were you able to check this recording system's timestamp versus real-world time?
Yes.
And what was your findings regarding the timing on the video versus real-world time?
That it was accurate.
And so, after you collect this video, what do you do with it?
We went back to the Davis Police Department and provided it to the detectives who were assigned to the case.
And I guess I should back up one step. How did you collect it?
Oh, I met with the apartment manager.
And did they give you a copy or did you burn it yourself?
He gave me a copy.
And so once you have a copy, you were able to go and turn it over at the Davis Police Department.
Correct.
You're familiar with the city of Davis?
Not so much.
Would you be a good witness to talk about the orientation of the camera and what it shows and what areas are depicted in that, or would that be better for a Davis PD officer later?
I could tell you the direction it was pointing, but somebody else would probably be better at orientation.
All right. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Any cross?
Did you, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Did you see the camera from which this video was taken?
The physical camera?
Yes.
Yes.
And that was on an apartment complex?
Correct.
Where was that apartment? And that was at 320 K Street?
That's correct.
The camera that you saw, where was it facing?
South.
So it was, although the address of the apartment complex on K Street, it was facing south toward 3rd Street?
Correct.
Do you call the name of this apartment complex?
The University House Apartments?
Did this apartment complex take up basically an entire block?
I don't recall, sorry.
Can you give us some orientation on as to where this camera was in relation to the apartment? Is it the west side, east side?
It was on the south portion of the apartment complex, facing south.
And on the south side, if you can imagine the south side of the apartment, where was it? Was it kind of in the middle? Was it on the east side? Was it on the west side, if you recall?
Sorry, I don't recall.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Nothing.
All right, Officer Russell, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Okay, Mr. Moore.
You will recall Chris from that? Excuse me,
Kamada. Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kamada. We've done this once before. I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath and then have you take the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to be about to give and the cause nothing but this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
First name Christopher, last name Kumata, Christopher, last name spelled Kumata.
Okay, direct.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
When you were testifying earlier, we talked about an extraction of Mr. Dominguez's cell phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was an extraction that you conducted?
Yes.
And after conducting the extraction, were you able to look for notes or writings on the phone?
Yes.
What is an Apple note?
Apple Notes is a note within the Apple Notes application that comes standard on iPhones.
And I'm going to be approaching you with what's been marked for identification purposes, people's 43C. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes.
Have you been able to see it?
Yes.
Is 43C an Apple note that you found on Mr. Dominguez's cell phone?
Yes.
And as far as this kind of layout of how it is on the page and how the text is here, who created kind of this image?
I did.
Can I publish on it?
Okay.
And so we have people's 43C up on the screen. Are you able to see it, sir?
Yes.
And so what is this?
This is an Apple Note that was found on the phone.
And it's got some information here at the top. I want to start with this title, Knife in My Hand. Does the Apple Note mark that as the title, or is that something that you do?
The Apple Note marks it as the title.
And so I have a question about that. Here in the body, first line, it has as the first line, Knife in My Hand. Is this title something that someone created separately? Is it just capturing it from the first line, or do you even know?
Either could be an option.
And so,
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Either could be an option.
do you know if for untitled Apple Notes that whether or not the phone capture that first line as the title?
It usually captures the first line.
Okay. And so on this particular Apple Note, did you have data showing you when it was created?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was April 6th, 2022.
And so this creation date is what you marked on this?
Yes.
So after your testimony earlier, did I ask you to follow up with a couple of things?
Yes.
And was one of them regarding a text message conversation?
Yes.
My personal witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Check on discovery. There's new statements I've received.
Okay, well, I'll have to have sidebar on that type of issue. So, why don't you approach? Okay, thank you. All right, feel free to stand up and stretch, everybody. Thank you. Off record. counsel. Listen, the objection sounds like it's withdrawn. If not, it's overruled.
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, counsel.
So, sir, was one of the tasks that I asked you was to look at a text message conversation?
Yes.
And so I'm handing you up the marked for identification purposes. It's People's 43. E, were you able to see that?
Yes.
And so, what is that?
It appears to be a screenshot of a conversation between two participants.
And specifically, based on that screenshot, were you able to search the extraction of Mr. Dominguez's phone to see if it also had a copy of that text message conversation?
Yes.
And were you able to find that?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with People's 43F. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes.
And is this a capture of the conversation from the end of Mr. Dominguez's phone?
Yes.
So may I publish People's 43F, Your Honor?
Okay, 43F.
And so, sir, I have People's 43F on the screen. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
So normally when people have text message conversations, it's got like the name of the person and what's going on. And here you have something that says local user, a number, full files system. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that how the text message would have appeared to people that were using the?
No.
Why is that there?
That just shows that that is the device itself. The local user file system, that is the name of the extraction as a whole. And so this just denotes that the sender of that message was the device.
Understood. And so these dates and times, are they dates and times that you're doing the extraction, or these dates and times that the messages are occurring?
They're the times associated with the messages.
Understood. And then one additional thing, do you remember when we were testifying earlier and there's discussion about whether or not the touchscreen on Mr. Dominguez's phone was broken or not?
Yes.
And did I ask you to do research into the use of the touchscreen?
Yes.
And based on that, were you able to find information about when the last time that you can definitively say the touchscreen was used on or before May 3rd, 2023?
Yes.
What did you find out about that?
The last date that I could definitively say that the touchscreen was used was on May 2nd at 10:10 a.m.
And how were you able to make the determination? Like, what was the information on the system that told you the touchscreen was used?
I examined a lot of different databases and places where the information may be stored on the device, and I found a launch of an application at 10:10 a.m. and it was launched using what's called Apple Spotlight, which is the search function from Apple. So that requires that the screen be used to enter either a search term or look for an application.
Were you able to determine whether or not maybe instead of using the touchscreen, somebody used Siri, for example?
It would have a separate it would have a separate denotation for Siri than for using the Apple Spotlight feature.
And so, on the way that this is logged, then you can specifically tell that the screen was working at that time.
Yes.
And then, did you see use of the phone after that time?
Yes.
And so, from the use of the phone after that time, were you able to see definitively whether or not the touchscreen was being used?
Not definitively.
And why is that?
It showed interaction with the, but didn't have anything that indicated that the touchscreen was physically pressed, and it just didn't store that information.
All right, so are you able to say for that later usage whether or not the touchscreen was used?
Not definitively.
So would it be fair to say that it could have been used or it could have not been used?
It could have been used.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any cross?
Yes. Mr. Kamada, the Apple note that we were just shown on the screen, that was created on April 6th, 2022.
Yes.
So assuming that David Breaux's body was discovered in Central Park on April 27th, 2023, that Apple Note was created 1 year and 21 days prior to that event, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Kamada, I appreciate your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, we're in the people's case in chief, and Mr. DeMar, do you have a witness?
We'll call Sergeant Stephen Ramos.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Come on into the podium here where you'll take the oath and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause not to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you for your seated. Take the first and last name for the record, and call the vote.
Stephen, Stephen, Ramos, Ramos.
Okay, thank you. And direct examination, Mr. Vanderbilt, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, sir. What's your job?
I'm a sergeant with Davis Police Department.
How long have you been a sergeant for Davis Police Department?
Been officer or been employed there for almost 22 years, sergeant for 6.
So peace officer with Davis PD for 22 years?
Yes,
And were you working as a peace officer for the City Davis Police Department in April and May of 2023?
yes,
And did you work on the investigation involving the stabbing of Kimberlee Guillory?
yes,
And specifically, did you do work in the area of surveillance cameras and what surveillance cameras showed from different angles in the area?
yes, I did.
But did you personally go out and collect all the different surveillance videos?
No,
And so if you're not personally doing it, then how's that happening?
there were different teams that were set up to canvass, and as the teams gathered the video, they would bring them back and turn them in to, I believe, Sergeant Bestpitch or Lieutenant Munoz, who would then assign them out to me.
And so was it your task then to kind of go through all the videos and kind of put them together and figure out what they showed?
Yes,
And were you able to do that?
yes,
And did you draft a report about that?
yes.
Now, with respect to the videos, did every video end up being useful?
No,
Was there some videos that didn't show anyone who was potentially one of the suspects?
that's correct. There was some.
But based on the videos that did have information, were you able to piece together movements in the downtown area?
Yes,
May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Showing you has been marked for identification purposes as People's 26C. Can you take a look at that?
okay,
And is that a map of the Davis downtown area, including the area of L between 2nd and 3rd?
yes,
And is there kind of writing and drawings on there?
yes.
All right, so I'm going to ask you about these particular writings and drawings and how they relate to the surveillance videos. May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
So based on your review of the videos, when was the first time that you were able to see the person who's believed to be responsible for this stabbing?
Just before 11 p.m. on that night, which was the 1st of May.
And is this at the area of 2nd and F?
Yes,
And so I'm going to zoom in here where we have 2nd and F. Do you see this kind of green arrow that's been added on the map with the number 1 on it?
yes,
And is this roughly reflective of the movement and direction of, or the location and direction of travel of the individual in that?
yes, it is.
And have you seen this video?
Yes.
Do you know now who the person in the videos is?
In 2 or 3 of the videos, yes.
Okay, so is the person identifiable by each and every video?
Not in every video.
Okay. But in some.
Yes.
Based on the videos where they are identifiable, do you know who it is?
Yes.
And who is it?
Reales Dominguez.
And do you see Mr. Dominguez in court here today?
Yes, he's to my right, your left.
Can you please describe what he's wearing?
Jacket, white shirt, and it's like a blue tie.
What color is his jacket?
Black.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay, it does.
And so, when you were reviewing these videos, how did you know who to be looking for in your kind of review of the videos?
When I first began to review the videos, I did not know who I was looking for.
Okay, what was it that you were looking for?
Honestly, anything. We didn't have a suspect identified, and we were looking for any possible leads.
And is it fair to say that you looked at a love surveillance video?
Yes.
Could you just give me a ballpark? How many hours of surveillance video did you have to go through?
Maybe 2 days. I really can't say with any amount of certainty.
Okay, and you're talking about like work days?
Yes.
So from here on the chart, we have after the 1, we have 2 with the green arrow on 2nd Street going through the intersection with G Street. Do you see that?
Yes.
You know where the Illusion Smoke Shop is?
The corner of 2nd and G.
And so would it be the same corner?
Yes.
Now there's a laser pointer there on the desk next to you. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Can you point out for us where the Illusion Smoke Shop is?
It is right here.
Sorry, one more time.
Right about here.
Okay, and so you're pointing to the building that's at the northwest corner of 2nd and G?
Yes.
And were you able to review that?
Yes.
So I have here what's been marked for identification purposes, which is 26B. Put it up on the screen. And there's 2 videos. I'm going to start with the video that in the middle of the video it has the numeric number 2023 05 01 2258. Actually, so just a quick question about these videos. Do all of the videos play in, say, Windows Media Player?
They play in the VLC. I don't know if that's a Windows.
So VLC may be the best program to view a lot of these videos.
Yes.
And is VLC just a video playing program?
I believe so.
So I gave the numerics for that particular video, and I'm going to pull it up on the screen. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And can you tell where this is from?
So this is,
Would be helpful if I played more of the video.
yeah, it's, because it appears to be the corner of 2nd and G. I was trying to orientate.
To Achimama's across the way? And the shoe store to the left?
Yeah, so the what's it called, shoes? So this, it appears that it is the northwest corner of 2nd and G, facing predominantly south.
So does this camera, then is this mounted where Illusion Smoke Shop is?
Yes,
And is it looking out onto that intersection at 2nd and G?
yes,
And I've paused the video at 2,300 hours and 1 second. Are you able to see that, sir?
yes,
And have you seen someone riding a bicycle into the frame?
yes.
And we continued playing from here. I'm advancing to the same timestamp now with 10 seconds. Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes,
And so this person is riding a bicycle through the intersection at 2nd G.
correct.
So going back to the kind of printout with arrows and things like that. Zooming in here at this number 2. Do you see that, sir?
Yes,
Is this drawing or representation of the arrow with the number 2 consistent with the movements of the bicyclist that we saw in the video?
yes.
And so, as far as what we're looking at then, you talked about where Illusion Smoke Shop is. Can you use your laser pointer to kind of show us where this camera is looking out to, what area we're seeing?
Right about here.
Okay, and what's the intersection that we're seeing in the video?
G Street and 2nd Street.
Can you show us on the overhead?
So this is 2nd Street running east to west, G Street north and south.
All right, so we've talked about 2 videos so far. We've talked about 2nd and F, and we've talked about Illusion Smoke Shop. Are you able to see this kind of legend at the bottom here?
Yes,
And this number 1, does this give the correct or approximately correct timestamp for when the person can be seen on the 2nd and F camera?
yes,
And for number 2, where it says 2300 Illusion Smoke Shop, is that approximate or actually exact correct time for when the person can be seen on the video for Illusion Smoke Shop?
yes it is.
And so these kind of numbers on the legend, then do they correspond with the little numbers that are put onto the map where we're seeing movement?
So far, yes.
Okay, so I want to ask you this. This is happening at 11 p.m. There's this bicyclist. After this point, are you able to capture any other video of a bicyclist after passing through this intersection for the next 20 minutes after that?
Of the same intersection? I don't believe so.
Or after that intersection, like a bicyclist coming up 8th Street or a bicyclist coming down 3rd Street, anything further that could be another video of the same bicyclist kind of making ingress into the area?
Yes.
And where are you seeing that?
Up 3rd Street, traveling initially east towards L Street.
And what camera are you seeing that from?
There was cameras at, there was the Davis glass shop,
So,
the SBCA thrift store. There's also Ace Hardware.
So I want to pause you there. Right now, I'm only talking about movement in and not later leaving. I'm just talking about going inbound.
Okay.
Did you have video of an inbound person there?
I know there's one at 320 K Street.
Okay, let's talk about 320 K Street. And do you have your report with you?
Yes.
And on this point about whether there was further inbound movement from the bicyclist, we're referring to your report. Refresh your memory on that?
Yes.
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like the SPCA thrift store.
Okay, so I want to pause you there. I'm not talking about people on foot, I'm talking about bicyclists. All right, let's move forward. You talked about K Street, 320 K Street. Was there a video from 320 K Street?
Yes.
And were you able to then review that video?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm pulling up the single video that's on people's 26C. The video is titled 320 K Street. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And so, on this video, what time of day does it appear to be in the video?
At this point, it looks like 10:53 p.m.
Daytime or nighttime?
nighttime.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as people's 25F. Can you take a look at that for me, please? Is that again a map view of the area around L Street between 2nd and 3rd?
Yes.
Does it include 320 K Street?
Yes.
Can I publish?
Okay.
So, Detective, regarding, oh, sorry, if we could just stay on that for one more second. At the kind of bottom center of the screen, do you see the hashed out lines where it says no parking and I got a disabled space next to it?
Yes.
Is this in the parking lot of 320 K Street?
Yes, it is.
And so now if we could switch to people's 25F. People's 25F, do you see 320 K Street?
Yes.
Can you point out where it is?
It's this complex right here.
And zooming in at the south side of 320 K Street, are you able to see the hashed out lines for that same parking space as well as the disabled space next to it?
Yes, it's right here.
And so from this exhibit, people's 25F, we can kind of see the same, what this camera is overlooking.
Yes.
And so based on this and having seen the video, can you tell where that camera is mounted?
It's mounted right about here.
Okay, and so you're talking about the south side of K Street, or of the 320 K Street building in the center of that south end by the hashed out parking space.
Correct.
And so I'm going to go a little south and look at 3rd Street. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Are there sidewalks on both sides of 3rd Street between L and K?
Yes.
And actually, I just want to clarify. If this is K Street and this is L Street, and the parking lot is there, here, how is that 320 K Street and not 320 L Street?
So this is what would be considered the front of the complex. So the address shows 320 K Street.
So the front of the complex is on 320 K Street, and that's why it's officially designated as 320 K Street.
Yes.
But does it actually go all the way down to the back of the block so that it takes up the entire space from K Street to L Street?
Yes, it does.
So now let's go back to these sidewalks. There's, how many sidewalks did you say?
On the north side and south side.
Okay, so one on each side.
Yes.
And is the area of these sidewalks visible from this 320 K Street camera that's all the way across the parking lot here?
It's, I wouldn't say the sidewalks themselves are visible, but you can see the areas with shadows. The street is a little more, or the the camera is designed to cover the parking lot, so it's more beyond the parking lot. You can see movement, but as far as identifying actual sidewalks or anything, I think it's difficult to say.
Okay, and so it's fair to say that by the time the camera view gets that far out, then the ability to see and interpret what the objects are is greatly reduced.
It's reduced, but still possible depending on what it is.
Understood. And so I'm going to advance the camera to, or the video to 23:06. So I'm going to pause it right at 23:06. From the video, can you show us roughly where the area of the sidewalks, or where we would be seeing things in the sidewalk?
It's going to be up here.
Okay, so I'm going to use the features of VLC here and turn on the interactive zoom, and we're going to kind of make that area bigger. Are you able to see that now, sir?
Yes.
Is that more clear, or slightly more clear?
Yes. Slightly.
All right. So I have it at the timestamp of 23:05:56, and I'm going to play forward from this time frame. Were you able to see anything yet, sir?
Yes.
And what did you see?
It's a subject walking.
Sorry, say again?
A subject walking.
All right, can you point out where it is on the screen?
Walking basically from right to left, and it was up here.
Let me ask you this. We're using a projector here in the courtroom. Is this video easier to see on the projector, or is it easier to see on actual digital screen when you're looking at it?
I don't know.
As far as clarity or pixelation or the coloring?
Probably a digital screen.
In the lights a little bit. So I'm going to resume the video from this point forward. And I'm going to pause the video. And I have it paused at 23:06 and 34 seconds. Sir, you said you saw a subject. I'm going to pull up the map, which is, I think, 25F on the overhead. On 25F, you mentioned there's two sidewalks. Based on the distance from the camera, are you able to tell which of the two sidewalks they're walking on?
Yes,
Which of the two sidewalks are they walking on?
it's this south sidewalk right here.
All right, and what is the direction of travel for that individual?
It was going this direction, which would be east.
Other than seeing a silhouette of a person, are you able to, from that camera angle, derive any kind of detail about who that person might be?
No,
Can you tell they're tall or short?
no,
Can you tell if they're fat or thin?
no,
Can you tell if they're, or what their gender is?
no.
So we're talking strictly a silhouette here.
Yep,
And so if we go back to people's 26C, and we zoom here on the area of third between K and L, you see how we have the number, an arrow to the right with the number 3?
yes,
So does this then roughly show the movement of that person as they're walking down 3rd Street from K to L?
yes,
But this is one of the ones where that person can't be identified.
correct.
After the person goes to the right, or goes towards L Street on the 320 K Street camera, is another person seen again on the 320 K Street camera?
Afterwards, yes,
Okay, so I'm going to go back up to the legend that we have here. And so for number 3, we have 2306, 320 K Street. And is that consistent with how it's marked on the map and the video we just watched?
yes,
And so this number 4, 2308, 320 K Street, I'm going to pull back up the video of 320 K Street. And I'm going to advance it to 2308. Okay, so from 2308, I'm going to turn on the interactive zoom. Are you able to see that okay, sir?
yes,
And I'm going to play forward from here. So I pause it, and I pause it at 2308 and 55 seconds. Were you able to again see a silhouette figure walking on the screen?
yes.
And which way are they walking this time?
This time, westbound.
And can you show us on the image where this person is walking?
Right about here.
Okay, I'm just going to continue the video slightly forward from here. And so, on this view of 320 K Street, are you able to see any kind of distinguishing features or identifying features about this particular person?
No,
And so is this, again, just kind of a long-distance silhouette of that area?
yes,
So I'm putting up on the Elmo People's 25F. On People's 25F, can you tell us or show us on this exhibit the movements of that person that's depicted on that video?
this time, person is going this direction, which is westbound.
And so, going back to people's 26C, which is this overhead Google map with arrows and such. Here we have an arrow in blue pointing westbound 3rd Street. Do you see that?
Yes,
And you see the number 4 that's next to that?
yes,
And so is this then the person kind of showing the direction that that person is walking on 3rd Street between L and K approximately?
yes.
And from the video, could you tell whether they were walking on this time, whether they were walking on that north or that south sidewalk?
Still appears south.
Okay, good, that's great. All right. Sergeant Ramos, we're going to continue your testimony at 1:30. Your excused as a witness. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, enjoy your midday break. Do not form any opinions. Do not discuss this case other than scheduling. Do not research the case. Have a great lunch period. Thank you. Counsel, thank you.
People would call Jeff Rock.
Jeff Rock, okay, let's get Jeff Rock in, and then we'll get back to Sergeant Ramos shortly thereafter. Okay, Mr. Rock, good afternoon. Come on in to the podium here in the well of the courtroom. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you. After you take that oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand, and we have 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spell and vote.
First name is Jeff, Jeff. Last name is Rott, Rott.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Demara, direct? Mr. Manderup, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's your job?
I am the Physical Security Director for the UC Davis Police Department.
What does that mean?
I am the System Administrator for a lot of our campus security systems, including our intrusion alarms, building access, and security camera systems.
Understood. And are you a peace officer?
No, I am professional staff.
And does your job involve any CCTV cameras or security cameras at the UC Davis campus?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the emergency telephones located on UC Davis campus?
Yes, those are under my purview.
What are those?
We have emergency call box systems throughout campus that provide emergency communications to our 911 dispatch center. Included on those stanchions, we have telephones as well as security cameras that can see the surrounding area.
So what are they used for? What do they do?
Chiefly for emergency response or after incident reporting.
And is there security cameras associated with those emergency phones?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So those can be used for area awareness. If we're aware of an incident on campus or an emergency, we will view those cameras to provide emergency updates to our first responders.
And is there some surveillance cameras on buildings and other places on the campus?
Yes.
And does that include Young Hall?
Yes.
And were you contacted by officers regarding surveillance video from the time of May 1st, 2013 going into May 2nd, 2020? Sorry. May 1st, 2023 going into May 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
And was that related to a stabbing that occurred in downtown Davis?
Yes.
And were you able to assist with locating video that may be relevant?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Here was marked as people's 26I. Using the player that's on the exhibit, I've opened the file that starts with the word Young Hall. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
I'm going to play forward from this just a little bit. Have you seen this video before, sir?
I have.
And what is this video of?
So this is one of our security cameras that is located on the southwest corner of Young Hall.
And so I'm going to pause the video. There's a time stamp located on the video at the bottom. Let's see if I'm able to show. Well, there we go. There's a timestamp at the bottom showing the time. Currently it shows 24 seconds after midnight on May 2nd. Do you see that?
I do.
Part of your position, do you know whether or not these timestamps on these recordings are accurate?
Yes. So our security camera system syncs every day with time servers on campus, which are then synced with the national time servers.
So this is not just accurate, it's synced to an accurate time source.
Correct.
And so and then this time that we're looking at is local time rather than some other time zone?
Correct.
And so after collecting the surveillance, did you turn it over to police officers?
Yes, I did.
And were you later alerted that some of the videos that had been turned over to the officers were not playable or were not playing?
Yes.
What did you do after learning that the video not that there was an issue with at least one video that was not playable or not playing?
So we did a search internally, and we were able to locate those video recordings on another area of our server. So we were able to recover that footage.
And so you still have, you meaning UC Davis Police Department, still had recordings?
Correct.
Now, is it just that, does the university actually keep recordings that far back in time where you can just see everything back from that day still?
Not typically, no.
Okay, is this something that you could look back or and still see that time frame? Or is it because it had already been saved earlier that you were able to find a saved copy?
Because it had been saved, we were able to find a saved copy.
Okay, so I'm going to use the player again. And then I'm going to open the video, mark all tiles. And then I'm just going to go into one of the camera views, which is the one from the top left. Have you seen this video before, sir?
I have, yes.
And is this video one of the videos that you were able to recover when you went back and looked at save videos?
Yes.
Does this also show the area of Young Hall there on campus?
Correct. That's the, we have multi-sensor cameras, and so this is another sensor that is a part of the southwest corner of the building.
And so is this also in the area of Taylor Hall?
I'm sorry,
Taylor Hall.
This is the area of Young Hall.
Oh, sorry, Young Hall. I apologize. Thank you. And so I'm going to put a map up on overhead. And this is people's. Sorry. This on the overhead. So, sir, are you able to see 25A here?
Yes.
And does this show, among other things, the area of Young Hall on the campus?
Yes, there's an icon depicting Young Hall, roughly at the intersection of East Quad, and you know that is one of our bikeways coming in from A Street.
Kind of the bottom left of this exhibit. There's a little white icon with the word Young Hall. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Does that show where Young Hall is?
Yes.
And is the UC Davis Memorial Union also on this map?
It is.
And is it with the little white icon that says UC Davis Memorial Union?
Yes.
So on this map, there is kind of this pathway that goes like a road, maybe, between y'all and UC Davis Memorial Union. What's that?
So that is East Quad Avenue. So it's a street, but it is closed off to public traffic. It's university vehicles only.
Understood. So I have here what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 27. And I'm going to approach you with People's 27. And so People's 27 is a series of photos. What I'd like to do, I'm going to open the first one, and if you can just click through the photos briefly so that you have a chance to look at all the photos. Sorry. If you screen right here.
Okay.
Do these photos, are these just like ground view photos of the area of Young Hall and Memorial Union Heights?
Yes.
So, I want to go back. So I showed you two surveillance videos. I want to ask about the first one.
Okay.
Back to 25A. And there should be a laser pointer on the desk in front of you. There was a person with a bicycle on that video. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
And are you able to see the area on the map? Are you able to see the area where the person on the bicycle was?
So it would be, let's see, traveling westbound on the bike path towards East Quad.
Okay, so using the laser pointer, can you just kind of trace about where we first see them and then where they come off screen?
So it would be about here and then about in this area here.
Okay, and this path here, is this a road or a sidewalk? What is this?
That is a bike path. So that is the old campus east gate that connected the campus when it was originally constructed with downtown Davis.
Okay, when this area here where it says 2nd Street, is that an actual street?
Yes.
What happens when 2nd Street hits A Street?
2nd Street dead ends, and if you were to continue westbound, it turns into a bike path.
Okay, so if someone was coming westbound on 2nd, then once they hit A, they'd land on this same bike path?
Correct.
And if they continued straightish on the bike path, that would take them past Young Hall and towards Memorial Union?
Correct.
So I'm going to pull up the first surveillance video again from People's 26I. From People 26I, I've opened up this program here, Genetech. What's this?
Genetech is the video management software that the police department uses.
And so this file that's marked Genetech Video Player, what's that?
So when we typically export video from our security camera system, we will also package it with a video player. Since the file comes in a format that is proprietary to Genetech, the software manufacturer.
And so if you want to play these videos, you have to use the player?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to take the file that's on People's 26I marked Young Hall, and I'm just going to drag it into the video player and then drop it there. And then on this top one marked Young 01, or Young West Entry Plaza. Are you able to see that?
I am.
Advance the video. To 11:59 p.m. Fast forward slightly. Playing at normal speed from 11:59 into these. so I've paused it now at 12 o'clock and 25 seconds. Have you been able to see that, sir?
Yes.
On the video, we see a person on top of a bicycle. There's also like a red line that's squiggly and a green line. What are those?
Those are part of the security camera software. They're motion detection features. So,
And so the security camera software does that itself?
correct.
And so that's not an act, there's no actual green and red line out in by Yamaha.
No, that's correct.
And so, with respect to this video, if we use the scroll wheel and zoom in, I'm going to go backwards. Pause, and then go forward. Pause again at 21 seconds. Are you able to see the bicycle here, sir?
Yes.
Zooming in on this bicycle, can you see that it's got kind of a lighter colored front fork and a lighter colored rear fork with a darker colored body?
Yes.
And are you able to see the person on the bicycle?
Yes.
And can you see how they're wearing black pants with some white stripes inside?
Yes.
Now, when this person is riding the bicycle, does it appear that they are using the pedals of the bicycle?
No.
And when they're moving the bicycle, how are they getting locomotion on the bicycle?
It appears that the person is using perhaps the right foot to push off the ground.
Right? And at times does it also appear that they're using their left foot?
Yes.
And so in this video, it looks like they're able to use both feet fine, no issues with either feet.
Correct.
Do you see any issues with either foot that this person appears to have from this video?
No.
And so, going back to 25A, where is the camera that we're looking at mounted? Could you use the laser pointer and show us?
So it's going to be in about this area.
So when we have this emblem that's Young Hall, it's just kind of at the south end of the building, south of the map overlay emblem.
Correct.
And what's the vantage point? Like, where is it looking?
So that we have two cameras, and both are what we consider multi-sensor cameras. And so they're looking, when you put all four together, it has a 360-degree view. That particular view would be more focused directly south, maybe a little bit to the southwest, but this kind of general 90-degree view.
Okay. And so this particular video, we're talking about something that happened just seconds after midnight.
Correct.
And so I'm going to take you to people's 26C. Sorry. And you see that people's 26C is essentially the same map, but now there's numbers and arrows drawn on it. So I'm going to draw your attention to arrow 14. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does arrow 14, how it shows movement westward on the south side of Young Hall, reflect the movement we just saw in that video from the person on the bicycle?
Yes.
And here at the bottom we have a legend, and it says 2300 Young Hall. Is that time accurate, 2300?
No, not for the view that we just saw.
All right, in military time, what would that actually be then, if it's...
11 p.m.
Sorry again? 11
p.m.
Sorry, the real time in the video, what was that?
That was at midnight.
So in military time, would that be 0000?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to correct that to 0000 there. All right, so we talked about this east view from Young Hall. Now I'm moving back to the player. Genetech player up again, and I will drag in the file that's marked all tiles. So then, pause all these. Sir, do you see how there's 7 different video windows going right now?
Yes.
What's going on with that?
So we have the ability to export whatever tiles are visible in as we're viewing and reviewing security camera footage. And so the all tiles feature is we can export all video views simultaneously and time sync them so you can watch video from one frame or from one camera to another. So these were all of the camera views that we had loaded when we exported the video at this time.
Are all these camera views from the area of Yum Hall?
Yes, so the West Entry Plaza, that would be a camera that is affixed to the building. The ones that are identified with call box, those are at the emergency call box that is immediately to the south and west of the Young Hall structure.
And then this bottom one at the bottom, it says Entry Plaza. What's that?
So that was the name that we provided the camera to indicate the west entry of the building.
Is this Entry Plaza view the same view that we just watched on the other video?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to click on this top left one marked West, I guess they're both marked West Entry Plaza.
That's camera 2. That's one of the other sensors.
Okay. Camera 2, West Entry Plaza. And I'm going to play forward from here, which is the timestamp of 11:59:56. So I paused it at 29 seconds after midnight. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
You see the kind of same person on the bicycle coming into the frame.
Yes.
So we're back to people's 25A. I just want to understand where this camera is and what it is that we're looking at. So zooming in on the Young Hall and the Davis Memorial Union area, where is this camera and what angle is it looking at?
So we have it's essentially on this corner of the building, but it's a different sensor, and so now it's looking more southwest from the building.
So it's on this kind of southwest corner of Young Hall.
Correct.
And it's looking out towards Memorial Union generally?
Yes, in the intersection of East Quad and the bike path.
And we're getting a view of East Quad as well.
Correct.
So going back to the video and playing forward from this point. Pause the video at 2 seconds after 1 minute after midnight. Looking at People's 25A, can you use the laser pointer and just kind of show us the route where that person is taking as depicted in the video that we watched?
That camera would essentially be picking him up about here. He would proceed westbound on the bike path and then turn right and go northbound on East Quad. And we lose him on view at about here, which is roughly where the ATMs are across the street.
Okay, taking down People's 25A and putting up People's 26C. So we have this arrow here marked 15. Are you able to see that with
Yes.
the blue line and the 15?
Yes.
Does this line marked 15 show the approximate path depicted in that video, where you're coming from Young Hall and then going up East Quad?
Yes.
And so going down to our legend, we talked about this, not 11 p.m., but just after midnight.
Correct.
So this would again be 0000 hours or 0001.
Right.
Now, looking at this video, I'm going to zoom in on just this kind of far corner. Do you see this area where the kind of red lights and things are lit up a bit, all the way on the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
What's that?
Those are ATMs that are at our Memorial Union.
So I'm going to pause on this. I'm going to go to the photos on people's 27. I'm going to go to the photo marked with this number sequence ending in 4946. Are you able to see that photo, sir?
Yes.
What is that photo of?
So that is the east side of the Memorial Union, with the ATMs on the east side there.
So is this a very similar vantage point to the vantage point we were seeing on the camera just now?
Yes.
And so what is Memorial Union?
It's one of our campus unions. So it is, it's a student gathering space. Our bookstore is there, our coffee house is there, ASUCD, the student government body. The coffee house?
No, what was the initials for the student?
Oh, I'm sorry, ASUCD. It's the Associated Students of the University of California, Davis. They have offices in that building, but it is named the Memorial Union to commemorate veterans and soldiers who had fallen.
And then front of 27, I have the photo marked ending 4933. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Is that just the same side of Memorial Union from a slightly different angle?
Yes.
And looking at the video from People's 26i, I want to ask you about the lighting conditions over here by the ATMs. Is there any issues with lighting? Is there sufficient lighting in this area?
Yes.
And so is this area illuminated with streetlights?
There are pathway lights, street lights, but then the ATMs have their own lighting systems as required by the bank.
And so there's really good lighting in that area.
Yes.
What about just west of the ATMs in this kind of dining area and then this area in the back?
Generally, yes, there's adequate lighting.
And is it really important for the school and safety to have adequate lighting throughout the campus?
Yes, our campus building standards generally follow IESNA lighting standards. IESNA is the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America.
All right, there was a pause.
I had to think about that for a minute.
So lighting's really important.
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the photos briefly. I want to ask you about this area just west of the ATMs. I'm bringing up the photo ending in 4716. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
What is this area west of the ATMs?
So that is the somewhat loading dock for the Aggie student store.
I'm going to change photos to end up ending in 4710. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
There's some doors and kind of an area back here. What is that?
So those two doors, if I recall, go into the Aggie student store. There is some fencing there that is meant to be a partition. I think there's some HVAC equipment that might be back there. But the idea is to provide concealment for the loading dock activities.
Is this like a public access area where public goes in and out of the building?
No.
Is this for staff and loading?
Yes, it would just be for staff of the student store.
Going forward, two photos, the photo ending in 4734, you can see that, sir?
Yes.
Is this the same kind of loading alcove?
Yes.
Now, these photos that I've been showing you, do you know what they were taken on?
No.
But can you tell from the photos that they're taken during the daytime?
Yes.
And from the video, was that video from the nighttime?
Yes.
So you know that it's definitely not at that same time.
Correct.
With perhaps the movement of trash bins and other things, do these photos fairly accurately depict the area as it would have been, though, back on May 1st going into May 2nd of 2023? Have you been to these places before?
I have, but it's been some time.
And have you been around in that area in May and April of 2013? In April and May of 2023?
Probably not to this area, no.
Okay. Before that?
In my previous position, I did a security walk for the student store.
And has this area gone largely unchanged for years?
Yes.
And so, based on your knowledge of the area, is this how the area looks?
Yes.
This area, this sort of loading dock area, you mentioned some HVAC. I'm going to scroll forward. I'm going forward 2 photos. Photo 4739. Is this in that loading area, kind of the HVAC you were talking about?
Yeah, right. I misspoke. It's not HVAC. Those are electrical generators, but basically building maintenance systems or building support systems.
I understand. Sorry, that was photo 4749. Going back one photo to 4746. What are these doors?
Those look like doors that would be going into back areas, probably an employee entrance to the Memorial Union.
So again, these are not public entries?
Correct.
So, but it looks like this actually, there's a tuck-in even further out here. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so if we go back some photos, that means that even in this loading dock, you can go further back into this tuck area if you wanted to.
Yes.
So I'm going to go back to the video. And I'm going to advance time. So you're 5 seconds after 3 minutes after midnight. I'm going to play forward from here. Again, zoomed in on this area. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And you see a person with a bicycle?
Yes.
Where are they walking?
They look like they're walking towards the previously mentioned loading dock of the student store.
Okay. Prior to going to that loading dock area, did they walk past the ATMs?
Yes.
Is one of the ATMs there a Bank of America ATM?
I think so. I do not recall, but that sounds right.
Understood. And so, zooming in further on, can you see the person with the bicycle in that kind of loading dock area.
Yes.
There's an up and down line that's almost in the middle of the zoomed in shot, right on top of the person. What is that?
That is a sidewalk light, or pathway light.
So it's just a light bulb.
Yes.
So for this portion of the video, where they come back on screen, kind of walk past the ATM and into this loading dock area, is this clear enough that you are able to say whether or not that this is the same individual?
The bicycle and the pants look similar.
Understood. So I have to pause at 4 minutes past midnight, sorry, 4 minutes and 30 seconds past midnight. I'm going to play it a little further from here. The video is ended at 5 minutes and 29 seconds after midnight. I'm going to go back to the photos. I'm sorry. Before I go back to the photos, I'm actually going to go back to 25A. So we saw the person come back on camera and then walk around a bit. Can you see from can you show us on 25A what the movements that we just saw on the video were?
Comes back into view about here, which is essentially the ATMs are on the east side of the MU. See, then coming kind of back down this way, this would be somewhat the loading dock to the student store. Spent some time here, then continued southbound, and then wrapped around the building, continuing westbound on the south side of the Malone Union.
So going to 26C. Looking at kind of this purple arrow marked 16 and 17. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
So this purple arrow show the beginning portion of what you just described, where they're coming back into view and then into that kind of loading dock area.
Yes.
And so from the end of this point, though, there's further movement that's not shown by this arrow?
Correct.
Where should the arrow have continued?
So our camera view would have continued the arrow down, so this would be the east side of the MU, and then wrapping around to the south side of the MU.
All right, so I'm going to focus on legend again, go down to 17, where Young Hall West View, where it says 2303, that would actually be 3 minutes after midnight then.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to the photos of the Young Hall Memorial Union area. I'm opening the photo marked 4810. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
What does it show?
So this is the east side of the MU. There's a student gathering area on the southeast corner of the MU, and that's the glassed-in area there.
So off on the right side of this photo here, we have this kind of metal screen and some pipes up above it. What's that?
So that would be the back loading dock area of the student store.
And so that's that loading dock area that we were talking about before?
Yes.
And so from this photo, can you use the laser pointer to show us the path that the person took in the video here?
Appeared perhaps starting back here towards this mesh fencing area, and then continuing southbound along the east and southeast corner of the MU.
So going forward one photo to the photo ending in 4812, is this showing then that corner of the MU?
Correct.
And going forward two photos. To photo, going photo to photo ending in 4839, are you able to see that?
Yes.
What is this?
So this would be this is the southeast entrance to the Memorial Union. So it leads into that glassed-in and a student gathering space.
Does this show any area where we can see that person moving on the video?
The video would pick up on the other side through the glass, but then it shows the subject coming around the corner and coming out of view about here.
And so going back to People's 26C, that last area you were talking about is where the arrow should continue around the last corner of this building.
Correct.
We have just one. No additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. That was direct. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sit down, I'll use my computer. So, the exhibit that people just showed you, there's multiple camera angles on that exhibit.
Yes.
The prosecutor showed you the clip when the person on the bicycle is heading north on East Quad Avenue
Correct.
and then goes out of view.
Yes.
And then the next clip he showed you is when the individual is now walking, I guess it would be southwest in front of the ATMs.
Correct. Yes.
There are other angles or other cameras on this exhibit showing the individual further north on East Quad Avenue.
Yes.
Those just weren't shown to you here in court,
Correct.
but they are on the exhibit.
Yes.
And the timestamp on those is accurate as well.
Yes.
And they are a accurate depiction of what the cameras recorded on that date and time.
Yes.
Just want to be very clear, you've only been shown some of the cameras. All the cameras on this exhibit are accurate.
Correct. Yes.
So I'd like to show you. What is it? Back.
26I?
26I. I'm going to show you 26I. Now, sir, this is the angle from Young Hall.
Yes.
And previously, you were shown this image which shows the individual coming down on the quad and then going out of view.
Correct.
And if you look over here, I've stopped at 12 minutes and 12:03 and 11 seconds. This is now where he has just passed the ATMs and is walking southwest toward that loading dock area.
Yes.
The approximately 3 minutes that transpired between when he went north on East Quad Avenue and comes back, you can see portions of that on the other videos.
That is correct, yes.
There are obstructions, trees and such.
Yes.
So I'd like to play this, and I'm gonna, so you can see right here, there is the little red and green.
Yes.
I'm gonna play it. So he's walking his bicycle at that point.
Correct.
And for a short time, he goes out of view behind the loading dock area. So I'm stopping it right now. This is at 12:03:26.
Yes.
He's out of view. But he then comes back out and comes into view.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm going to play that. And you see him now, he has walked back into view.
Yes.
So he was only out of view for about 5 to 6 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see him now, but he's partially blocked by the pole.
Yes.
Now, this is at 12:03:50. You can still see his head right down there, correct?
Yes.
And at 12:03:50, we see a car with the lights on come into view.
Yes.
That's a UC Davis security van.
Correct.
If you know, at this time, was security vans already advised that there had been an incident in downtown Davis, if you know?
I do not know. I'm not sure.
So this security van drives right past where this individual is outside, correct?
Yes.
If the driver of that van or car were to turn to his or her right when passing by, they would see that individual directly in their view.
Potentially. Depending on the angle, there could have been obstruction from the fencing there, but
There doesn't appear to be, we can see the individual's head right here, he's outside.
right.
And here is the car. There does not appear to be any obstruction in between that, does there?
No, not from this view, no.
And when this security van drives by, the individual just remains there. Correct?
Yes.
You have watched this and zoomed in.
Yes.
It appears the individual is bent over trying to do something to the bicycle.
Yes.
Trying to do something around where maybe the chain is.
I don't know. We could just be looking at the bike.
But when you zoom in, and I'm not going to try to do it, you'll see the individual basically bent over on the doing something with the bicycle.
Potentially, yes.
And the person remains there.
Yes.
And then the person walks off after, I didn't time it, but sometime bent over the bicycle, the person just walks off.
Yes.
You never saw the person actually pedal this bicycle on any video camera.
No.
You only saw the individual either push the bicycle with one leg while sitting on it,
Yes.
or push the bicycle with both hands while walking beside it.
Correct.
Are there videos on the other side of Memorial Union that would have captured where this individual went? Or were there cameras on the other side of Memorial Union that would have captured where this individual went?
Not immediately next to the Memorial Union, but west of there, yes.
But you were unable to find any other camera footage of what happened, where this individual went after he went out of view of Memorial Union?
We did find camera footage next to our housing administration building.
Okay. Of this individual?
Yes, or what appeared to be the individual at the time when we were reviewing the video.
Was there another individual who was, if you recall, did you identify someone who was ultimately determined not to be the individual on the bicycle?
When we first reviewed the video, we were looking for anybody with a matching description. So there, I believe, if I recall, there may have been a couple of others that may have been close matches. But after working with the detectives and the officers, that's when we started pulling video of this particular subject.
So any video that you have of this subject would have been given to law enforcement?
Correct.
In fact, you also gave law enforcement the videos of the other subjects who you thought may be involved.
Yes.
There are no videos in your possession right now of this subject that have not been given to law enforcement. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the cameras on the ATM? Like how they operate?
Those are managed by the banks and their respective corporate security organizations.
I understand that, but are you familiar with what type of cameras they are?
No.
So you've never reviewed footage from the Bank of America ATM?
No.
Your cameras that we're seeing, these are constantly recording. There doesn't have to be movement to trigger them. Is that
Correct. Yes.
You do know that there are other cameras that only start recording when there is movement,
That is correct. But not on our system.
not on your system.
Yes, our campus policy is continuous recording.
If you don't download a video, how much time can you go back and retrieve video? In other words, if I wanted to ask you, can you get me the video from this time 3 months ago? Can you still get it now, or is it gone by that point?
And our retention period is 30 days.
So within 30 days, you can look at any camera on the UC Davis campus and get a copy of that video.
Yes,
After 30 days, it's deleted,
correct.
and then there's no way to recover it.
No.
Is the 30 days based on the system, or do you just have to pick some time in order to, have enough storage, and 30 days is what you picked?
Yes and no.
Okay.
The 30 days we determined as a campus after working with a security consultant is a balance between maintaining storage but also keeping the system at a reasonable budget.
It is possible to retain coverage for more than 30 days.
Yes,
correct?
yes,
But then that presents issues of storage
yes,
and issues of money,
correct.
because you have to pay more if you retain it for longer.
That's correct, yes.
And UC Davis pays a private company for these camera systems? Is that how it works?
For the storage, we maintain all of our own servers. So they're all installed what we call on-prem or on-premises. So these are servers that are owned and managed by UC Davis Police.
But it still costs money to run them, to operate them.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, counsel. Any redirect? Okay.
Sir, defense counsel was asking you about viewpoints that may have captured this person longer than the camera angle from Young that we were looking at. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Alright, so I have up on the screen people's 26I. I'm looking here at the one that's marked Young Hall call box area view camera 4. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Is there a camera that would see the person longer than call box camera 4, or is that the longest view that we would have?
That would likely be the longest. That camera 4 is looking northbound on East Quad. So Young Hall would be on the kind of the right side of that view, and so East Quad would be on the left side. You can see the lights from the ATMs.
So the ATMs are at the top left of the screen here,
Correct.
and this path that goes from the left side, about the center of the left side, towards the center of the top side, what's that pathway?
East Quad.
So I'm just going to advance this camera view to 50 seconds after midnight. Play it from here. Are you able to see the individual here in the video?
Yes.
And from, I'm just going to let it play for a little bit here. Pause it at 57 seconds after. So, sir, is this camera then the camera at Young Hall that will have kind of the longest view of where they went?
From that vantage point, yes. Going northbound on East Quad, yes.
When they went northbound on East Quad and got behind the tree, it almost appears that they vanished at that point.
Objection leading. That's the same.
Were you able to, once they got behind the tree, could you see them?
No, there's a period of time where the person is out of view.
All right, and you see this bluish thing here?
Yes.
Were you eventually able to see them come back on the right side of that?
Yes.
And then walk back towards the ATM?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Banfield. Any final questions? No? No. Okay, all right. Mr. Rod, I appreciate you making time. Yep, have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna stand up and stretch, folks. We're gonna take a break at 3. So get a good stretch in. Off the record. And then Deputy, your call on the blinds. And Sergeant Ramos, you understand you're still on the road?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were.
No, that's all right. Mr. Vanderhook, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes?
Detective Ramos, or Sergeant Ramos, we've just been talking about People's 26C, and we've been talking about arrow 3 and then arrow 4 being this just silhouette, unable to tell anything about the person coming on 3rd Street. Do you know where the SPCA thrift shop is?
900 block of 3rd Street.
So I'm going to swap this out with People's 25A. On People's 25A, are you able to show us where the thrift shop is?
Street. So it
Is it right here at 3rd Night?
should be between.
That's it. Everybody agrees.
All right. So right here at the southwest
We were
corner.
just talking about Judge Rosenberg. You gotta indulge me for a second. His wife, Leah Rosenberg, has been Citizen of the Year in Davis numerous times. And she's a volunteer at the SPCA and a bit of a landmark for the city of Davis. Judge Rosenberg had been mayor of Davis, and his wife is incredibly active, even more active than he is. And anyway, if you ever want to meet Leah, just go down to the SPCA, but not right now during the trial, because don't go see that, but when it's over. Anyway, thank you.
And so, sir, were you made aware that there was video collected from the SPCA thrift shop?
Yes.
And were you able to review it?
Yes.
And so, I have here People's 26D, and I'm gonna play files two different ways. First, I'm gonna open what's titled Lorex Player. Put the player up on the screen, and then for every single video file that's on here, I'm gonna highlight them all, and then drag and drop them into the player. And are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And what is this kind of camera view of?
So the store is on the south side of 3rd Street. This camera is the interior of the store facing north, so it should be facing, this is the south sidewalk of 3rd Street.
And so is this an interior camera inside the store that looks through some windows and we can kind of see the 3rd Street area?
Yes.
And here there's a sidewalk in front of the store. Is this the north or south sidewalk on 3rd Street?
South.
Understood. Now, these proprietary players, can they be difficult to work with at times?
I think most players can be, but yes.
Did you go through the videos from this camera?
Yes.
And were you able to find video of a person that you'd seen in other videos?
Yes.
Rather than use the Lorex player, I'm going to go back to VLC, and I'm going to get a particular file, Indian. So this is file 2023 05 02 02 1239. And I'm just going to drag and drop that into the VLC folder. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And so here at the top, we have a timestamp of 2:12. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And were you made aware that this video is actually 3 hours fast?
Yes, I was.
And so real world time then would be what?
I believe 11:12
Okay. 11,
a.m.
12 the
or
previous day?
p.m. Sorry. So yes, it would be May 1st, 23:12 or 11:12 p.m.
I'm going to take this video to its very start and play it from there. Okay, and the video shut itself off when it was done playing, so we're going to put it back up, take it to the very end. Okay, and here at the timestamp of 2:12:38, are you able to see a person in the video?
Yes.
And where are they?
They are in front of the door, so it appears that they are moving from right to left, which would be moving westbound at the edge of the sidewalk.
Okay, so going from People's, back to People's 25A. There we go. Back to the Goodwill. You see the Goodwill here at Third Eye?
Yes.
And so which direction are we then seeing, if the camera's inside the building here, which direction are we then seeing?
So if the camera's inside the building, you're looking this direction,
Right.
which is north, and that person would have been traveling this direction. So right to left would be west on the sidewalk of 3rd Street.
So the person then is on the south sidewalk of 3rd Street,
Correct.
west of I Street,
Yes,
headed westbound.
correct.
So this particular folder has just like tons of tiny clips. So I'm going to play the very next tiny clip in sequence, which ends in 2023 05 02 02 1336. I played just the first 8 or so seconds of that. Now it popped up kind of quick. Were you able to see it?
Yes.
Okay. Playing it again from the second, can you just tell us what's happening in the video?
So the person walking westbound on the sidewalk, it appears a car's headlights come into view, which would be going eastbound. The subject stops, turns, and walks the other direction.
Okay, so talking about the subject you've seen in the video, do you see anything distinctive about the clothing that they're wearing?
The most distinctive thing is the stripes down the side of the pants.
All right, and can you see those kind of distinctive pants in other videos?
Yes.
And what kind of pants are they?
Per the videos, they appear to be Adidas or Adidas style sweatpants.
And you mentioned that in other videos that you saw, you were able to identify Mr. Dominguez as being the person in some of the other videos. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So based on what you can tell from other videos, and then looking at this video, are you able to then determine that whether the person in this video is the same person as in the other videos, or you've identified it as
I'm able to tell you that this person is extremely similar in the type of clothing that they're wearing and the general direction, but I can't look at this and say that that is Mr. Dominguez in that video.
Understood. And so, clothing that this person is wearing, we talked about the pants. Is there anything, did you see anything about the feet and what color the feet are?
So it's light colored footwear, almost like clogs or a croc type, like slip-on shoes.
All right. Are these kind of really light colored footwear? Is that consistent with the footwear that you see Mr. Dominguez wearing in other clips from this time frame?
Yes.
And the build of this, the top portion of what this person's wearing, I get that this is in black and white, but can you tell whether it's a light color or a dark color?
It's dark colored.
And is that consistent with the clothing that you saw Mr. Dominguez wearing in other clips?
Yes.
As far as this person's overall build and general appearance, is that consistent with how you see Mr. Dominguez in other clips?
From this, it's difficult to say from this vantage point.
Okay. Is there anything about this clip that is inconsistent that would indicate to you that this wasn't Mr. Dominguez?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So we talked about this timestamp here of 2:12 a.m. on the 2nd, and how when we convert that time, because it's in New York time, that's actually 11:12. I'm going to go to, first one to 25A. And so we talked about the moving westbound on 3rd Street from I. Can you show us then, well, now that we have the second clip, what additional movement we have? You mentioned a car. Let's start with that. Which way is the car going into it?
So the car was traveling eastbound on 3rd Street. And then the subject in the video was...
I want to pause you there. As far as the car, do you know if there was anything special about that car at all?
I don't believe so.
All right. And as far as you know, just a normal everyday car?
I think so.
Understood. All right. Now you're talking about what the person was doing. What are they doing?
They were walking westbound and then stopped, turned around, and went back eastbound.
Okay. And so they kind of retraced their route, but now in the opposite direction.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to take down 25A, put up 26C. So here, with the number 5 in green, we have this kind of blue arrow that turns and then turns into a green arrow coming back. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I get that it doesn't line up perfectly with the streets here, but is this just kind of a rough approximation of the movement that you're seeing for the individual here at the SDCA thrift shop?
Yes.
And so this number 5 here, look at the legend. For number 5, this time of 23:12, is that the correct real world time that this person is seeing at the SDCA thrift shop camera?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked earlier about 320 K Street and that camera. currently missing somewhere on the table. Would there be any problem if I just pull this up from another device to play this portion?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, with the representation of what it is.
All right, so we talked earlier about the surveillance video from 320 K Street. And so this was 26C, and we had used VLC for that. And going back here, do you recognize this same kind of image that we were looking at from 320 K Street?
Yes.
So earlier we talked about movements at 320 K Street that were at 6 minutes after 11 and 8 minutes after 11. I'm going to take the same video and I'm going to advance it to 36 minutes after 11. So pause it at 36 minutes past 11. Are you able to see this answer?
Yes.
And from the video, can you tell what the weather conditions were like on May 1st at 11:36 p.m. On May 1st?
Yeah, so within the last probably 20 minutes, it started raining.
And when we found I'm going to use the same zoom. And look at the same portion of the video and play forward from this timestamp of 11:36. So I pause the video. The timestamp is now 11:36 and 25 seconds. Were you again able to see a shadow or a silhouette of someone walking through the video recording?
Yes.
For just a couple more seconds from this point. Can you show us where you saw this person walking?
Currently, the person is right here. They came into view. This is a tree on this side of the street, but right around here as they came into view and were walking eastbound on the south sidewalk of 3rd Street towards L.
Understood. And for this person, in all the videos, have they been with anyone else, or do they appear to be by themselves?
By themselves.
And since these videos are all from different times, are you able to say whether the person in any of these clips that we've seen from 320 K Street are whether or not they're all the same person?
I couldn't say whether they're the same or not.
Because they're all so far away and you're just kind of seeing outline.
Yes.
I'll take this same 320 K Street video and I'm going to advance it to 6 minutes later at 23:42. Alright, so I've advanced it to 23:42 in 1 second. Turn on the same zoom. I'm going to advance it from this. pause the video at the timestamp of 11:42 and 19 seconds.
How many seconds, I'm sorry?
19? Or 23:42 and 19 seconds. And sir, on this video, are you still able to see what the weather conditions are?
It's raining.
Understood. And right before I paused the video, were you able to see a person again?
Yes.
And can you show us on the video where you saw them?
From left to right, you see a person who is now running westbound.
And again, are you able to tell at all anything about the person other than that it's a person?
That's all I can see is it's a person.
Can you tell whether they're with anyone else?
They're alone.
Can you tell how fast they're moving?
I can just tell that they were running.
Okay, so now we've seen a silhouette of a person at 320 K Street on 4 different occasions.
Yes.
The first 3 occasions that we saw, were they, how fast were they moving?
Walking pace,
And in this one, how fast were they moving?
running.
And are you able to say at all whether any of these people are the same people?
No,
So it could be a completely different person in every single one of these 4 clips.
it's possible.
So I'm showing you 26C again. And so the exact same arrows that we had here that were marked 3 and 4 are also marked 6 and 7. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And for both those movements that we saw, are they both again on the south sidewalk of 3rd Street, kind of just west of L?
Yes.
And do these arrows again show the movement of the person in those?
Yes.
So would the green arrow here be the first, be the walking clip that we just saw, or the running clip that we just saw?
The green arrow is going to be walking eastbound, and the blue would be running westbound.
All right, so we have these 6 and 7. Go to our legend here. You may see that it got marked up a little bit while you were gone. And so we have 320 K Street, 2336, and 2342. Are you able to see that as 6 and 7 on the legend, sir?
Yes.
And so do these times and location match up with the video that we just saw as far as the shadow figure moving on 3rd Street?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to talk about Davis Glass.
No, let's stop. You'll do it on the other side. Thank you, Sergeant Ramos. We've got more questions for you. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break. To the jury, do not form any opinions, do not discuss the case, and do not research the case, and we'll see you for the rest of the afternoon after our break. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Off record.
a glass store.
And is there also like a cable car wash all the way on the end?
Cable's on the far left side, yes.
All right. Now that glass door, is that Davis glass?
Yes.
And were you able to review video from Davis glass?
Yes.
I'm going to be showing you a video from people's 26E. Paused it 26 seconds in the clip. Have you been able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And you see a person in the video?
Yes.
How were they moving?
Quickly from right to left, and it looked like they're on a bicycle.
And do they appear to be walking the bicycle or riding the bicycle?
Riding.
And I just want to ask you a little bit. Are you familiar with the Ace hardware in downtown Davis?
Yes.
So all the way here at the end where these overhead lights are, is that the Ace hardware over there?
Yes, that's the south side of the yard.
Going back to People's 26C. We have this arrow 8. Do you see arrow 8?
Yes, I do.
Does arrow 8 accurately depict the movements that we saw on the Davis Glass video?
Yes.
And so here, the arrow on 8 is on the north sidewalk of 3rd Street, not on the south sidewalk. Is the bike moving on the north sidewalk or the south sidewalk in the video?
North.
And so it's on the correct side. The arrow here for 8 is on the correct side?
Yes.
And so this Davis Ace hardware that we're talking about is where it says Davis Ace hardware on the map?
Yeah.
Okay, so but going back to 8, let's just look at the legend real quick. So this time of 23:45, if we look at the video, timestamp 11:45, is 11:45 the same as 23:45?
Yes, it is.
So let's switch over to people's 26F. And did you review video from Ace Hardware?
Yes, I did.
So for this one, we're back to using VLC. Take the single video that is on the exhibit, titled Ace Hardware, and drop it into the player. Pause it. Now we use built-in features of VLC. And so, are you able to, well, before we zoom in, are you able to see this video?
Yes.
And so if we're looking at equals 25A, and we're sorry. We're looking at 25A, and this is the Ace Hardware. Are we then kind of looking over this parking lot from the Ace Hardware building?
Yes.
And so the street that we see at the very top of the video, what street is that on this map? If you just use the laser pointer.
The street that we're looking at the top is going to be 3rd Street.
All right. Can 8th Street be seen a little bit in the video?
Yes.
So, looking back at the video, I'm going to zoom in. At the top left-ish of the video. On this video with the laser pointer, are you able to show us where H Street is and where 3rd Street is?
So the street running left to right is 3rd Street, and this street that's going to go off south is H Street.
And so I'm going to take this video and I'm going to advance it to just before 23:45. Interactive Zoom, same area, and play forward from here. Starting at 23:45 in 2 seconds. Are we able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so, are we able to see a person?
Yes.
And what direction, what streets were they on, if any, and which direction were they going?
So it was a person on a bicycle that was riding from left to right, which is westbound on 3rd Street, making what appears to be a left turn to go southbound on H Street.
And so, if we go back to People's 26C, kind of map with the arrows, and we look at arrow 9, do you see that?
Yes.
You see how the arrow at 9 goes from 3rd Street and sort of making a left turn on 8th Street?
Yes.
Is that arrow accurately showing the route of that bicyclist that we're seeing in that video?
Yes.
So this is marked with a blue 9. If we look down at the legend for 9, it's got number 9, 2345, Ace Hardware. Is that the accurately reflect the time and the location of the camera that we're looking at there?
Yes.
We talked earlier about Illusion Smoke Shop, and we had looked at number 2. I'm going to go back to Illusion Smoke Shop. Which is People's 26B. And going to the second file on here, ending in 35052. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And And do you remember the camera view that we did earlier when we were talking about Illusion Smoke Shop?
Yes.
Is this the exact same camera view?
Yes, it is.
So then earlier on this one, we saw a bicyclist coming from the right side of the screen going up towards the top left. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So then on People's 26C, the last person was going eastbound on 2nd. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So for this video, I'm going to go back to the video and I'm going to advance it to the timestamp of 2350. Oh, there. Paused it 32 seconds in the video. Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And did you see the person on the video?
Yeah.
identify Mr. Dominguez in court?
I do.
Is the person in this video, can you identify them as Carlos Dominguez?
Yes, I can.
And earlier in the video, or the last video that we saw of this area, the person was going across 3rd Street from the right to the upper left. Which area is Mr. Dominguez coming from in this video?
This video is coming south on G, then making a right turn, which would be to go west on 2nd Street.
I'm going to pull up people's 25A. And so, do you see this kind of intersection at 2nd and G here in Davis?
Yes.
Can you show us with the laser pointer where we pick up this person in this clip and which direction they're going?
About here is where they come into view, and then they're going to make a turn onto 2nd Street. So southbound G to westbound 2nd.
Right, going to 26C, the map with all the arrows. You see the blue arrow 10, how it starts on G Street coming southbound and then west onto E?
Yes.
Does this arrow 10 correctly kind of track the approximate movement that we're seeing of that person in this second video clip from Illusion Smoke Shop?
Yes, it does.
And so this 10 here, if we look at the legend, we have 10-2350 Illusion Smoke Shop. Is this then legend correct as far as the location that we're getting the camera from and the time and the correct corresponding number to the arrow?
Yes, it is.
Have you confirmed that exhibit again? Look at the back of it.
This is 26C, Your Honor.
Do you have video also marked as 26C?
You know, this may be an L. It's, I'll show it to the clerk, right?
Yeah.
I've been calling you to see this whole time.
Right, but you've also identified video as 26C. Now, okay, in any event, this map that has a demonstrative legend on it, it's 26L for our record. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Apologies. Okay. So going back to 26L. We saw bicycles coming west on 3rd and then onto southbound on H. And now we have Mr. Dominguez with his bike on G Street coming on to 2nd. Do you see that?
Yes.
And from our timestamps, we have a difference of about 5 minutes between those two. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there any way to like, can you help make the sense how someone can be coming south on H and then appear on G?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Right about here, is there a driveway between this parking lot, which is a G Street Wonder Bar, and so he can cut through right here. Also, there was a difference in the way that the person was riding their bike. They're actually riding quickly, and then now they're kind of sitting on the bike, kicking along, as if maybe the chain was off the sprocket or there was an issue with the bicycle.
Understood. And so it's possible then to come down H and before you get to 2nd, cut through to G.
Yes.
Now, in this video clip from Illusions where the person is kind of kicking the bicycle along, was it ever discussed that this person may have become injured and that their leg was injured or something to that effect?
Yes.
And so, if in a later video we have officers asking to look at someone's leg to check for injuries, would officers have suspected that maybe they're looking for someone with a leg injury?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to skip over 11, which is 2nd and F, and I want to talk to you about helmless optometry and Blue Peak Credit Union. Did you review the videos?
Yes.
Iowa Peoples 26H. So I'm going to start with the video titled East Front. I'm trying to take this forward to
Businesses is,
Helms.
so there was an earlier objection, parties had a sidebar, and the court's overruled any objection to playing this video.
And so, sir, I want to ask you about Helmus. Where is Helmus in relation to Blue Peak?
They're on the same block on 2nd Street between B and C.
And so, are they sort of right next to each other?
Yes.
So when back to 25A, so you said between B and C on 2nd?
Yes.
Are you able to see those two businesses on the map now, sir?
Right here.
And is that Helmus?
I believe this is Helmus right here, and the Blue Peak is one of the businesses, not necessarily this entire complex.
But in that complex?
Yes,
And so these two are both right next to each other.
correct.
If we had a timestamp from Helmus where we weren't sure that that timestamp was accurate, but we had a timestamp from Blue Peak that was more reliable, could we use the timestamp from Blue Peak to figure out when something was going on in the area of Helmus?
Depends on the view.
Okay, if someone was just going westbound on 2nd past these two businesses, then could we?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to go back to the Helmus video at 23:55, and this is the East Front video. So pause the video at 23:55 and 37 seconds. Have you been able to see this, sir?
Yes.
You see the same person pushing their bicycle again?
Yes.
And is this the same person that you previously identified as Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
So I'm just going to back it up and just a few seconds and play this clip again. I'd just like to look at their feet as they come by. Are we able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so here, looking at their feet as they pass Helmus, are you able to see if they're pushing with one foot, the other foot, or both feet?
Mostly right.
Okay, but also some with the left?
Um,
Here, I'll play it again. Able to see that, sir?
yes.
Okay, you're pushing with the right and the left?
Yes, both feet.
And so, from this video, does it appear like the illusion video that they're injured?
It's hard to tell, but he's using both feet in this video.
Okay, so from this video, doesn't have the same indications as the illusion video. Illusions video. Alright, I'm going to change the view here to parking lot. from Helmus. And again, I'm going to advance it to 2355. In this video, what viewpoint are we getting?
So this up here is 2nd Street. So this video is mounted, or the camera is mounted north of the parking lot, facing south. So this is the side of the business for Helmus, or I mean, it could technically be the front of it, but this would be the parking lot for it.
What's the street that is kind of here in the top right corner of the video?
This is 2nd Street, right here.
So I'm going to turn on the zoom feature and play it from here. And were you able to see a person pushing along?
Yes,
And which direction are they going?
west,
And on what street?
2nd.
All right, last video from Helmus. This is west front. And we're going to go to the same time frame. Only 3:55 and 26 seconds. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes,
And was it again, Mr. Dominguez?
yes.
And which way is he going?
West on 2nd Street.
And so this street that we see in the video, is that 2nd Street?
Yes,
I see two sidewalks, one at the very top and one kind of center, the closer of the two sidewalks. The sidewalk that Mr. Dominguez was on, is it the north or the south sidewalk?
this is north.
So going back to 36L, I'm sorry, 26L, apologies. Going here to 13, do you see that, sir?
Yes,
And is this blue line that we have consistent with the direction that Mr. Dominguez is seen traveling in this video between C and D?
yes it is.
So going to the legend where we have 23 for Helmus, we have the time blanked out, but 13 is the location for Helmus.
Yes.
All right, so going to the video from Blue Peak. Which is people's 26G. Let's start with the video marked Blue Peak Credit Union 3rd Street view. Oh my. And at the very bottom, in a very small print, is a timestamp, and we're going to advance that to 11:54 p.m. So I have it at 11:54 and 10 seconds. It's playing forward from here. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes,
Was it again, Mr. Dominguez?
yes,
Could you see which feet he was pushing with?
both.
And which sidewalk is he on?
This appears to be the north sidewalk of 2nd Street, going westbound.
So the same sidewalk as Helmus?
Yes,
I'm playing the Blue Peak Credit Union, the video Blue Peak Credit Union doors view. And again, it's a super small timestamp, and I'm going to advance it to 11:54. I'm playing from 11:54 and 11 seconds. see that, sir?
Yes.
And I stopped it at 11:54 and 20 seconds. What did you see?
Person on a bicycle kicking along westbound on the northern sidewalk of 3rd Street, or I'm sorry, 2nd Street.
Was it again Mr. Dominguez?
It appeared to be.
And then, come to the video that's marked Looking Credit Union B Street View. And we're using that same timestamp of 11:54. Play forward from there. So, sir, I've stopped it when the video is now at 11:55. Were you able to see Mr. Dominguez at all in this video?
I did not.
So, going back to 26L. Where we have number 12, is that the building where Blue Peak is at?
Yes.
And so, the view that we saw from Blue Peak, is that consistent with the same blue arrow here that we have from 13 at Helmus?
Yes.
Again, north sidewalk of 2nd Street,
Yes.
westbound between C and B.
Correct.
And so from the B Street view from Blue Peak, we don't see any movement there.
Correct.
And did you review later video from UC Davis, or did you not see that video?
I saw a video that was, there's a lot of video that came in, but nothing that I,
Okay, so you were focused on the downtown video.
yes.
I'd like to show you a photo. People's 50. So this is the photo ending 0076. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
I'm zooming in. Do you see the white Crocs there?
Yes, I do.
And are those consistent with the shoe wear that you saw Mr. Dominguez wearing in the videos that we looked through?
Yes.
And is that footwear consistent with the footwear that you saw in the SPCA thrift shop video where from that one video you can definitively say it was Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, it is.
So we've gone through a lot of video from downtown, and I would like to switch gears with you a little bit. We talked a lot about video that other people recovered, but not you personally. Did you also work on collecting video?
Yes.
And I have here what's been marked as People's 78A. Sir, did you collect video from Main Stage in Davis?
Yes.
What's Main Stage?
It's a cannabis dispensary.
And on People's 78A, any first witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm going to pull the video marked Southwest Front Analytic Main Stage. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And is this video that you collected from Main Stage?
Yes.
And did you check the timestamp on Main Stage?
Yes, it did.
And the timestamp that we see in the video, were you able to confirm whether that's accurate as far as being real world time or whether the timestamp is off?
It was accurate.
So I'm going to talk to you about where the location of main stage is. I'll hand you with the Marcus Peoples 78B. Can you just take a look at that for me, please? And what is 78B?
It's a map of the area of the intersection of 2nd and L Street in Davis.
Thank you. My brother, can I publish your honor?
Okay.
And so, do you see the area of L Street between 3rd and 2nd?
Yes.
Is that where the stabbing with Miss Kimberlee Guillory happened?
Yes.
Using that laser pointer, can you show us where main stage is in Davis?
Right here.
And main stage, the camera view that we looked at, what direction is shown on that?
So the camera's facing basically south, capturing 2nd Street.
Okay, and the video that you recovered, does it include the time frame of 9:30 in the evening?
Yes.
Okay, so if there was concern about who may have come running down 2nd Street all the way back at 9:30, that would be included in the video you recovered.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch over to the video, which is 78A. Advance. .27 minutes into the video. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And is this video from main stage, the location you just showed us on the map?
Yes, it is.
There's a street that runs in the back. What street is that?
In the view of the camera,
Yes, sir.
that's 2nd Street.
And so behind 2nd Street, what's back here?
Railroad tracks.
And so I stopped the video at the timestamp of 21:27:27. You see a person running?
Yes.
And so I'm going to go to the Zoom feature. Filters, video effects, geometry, interactive zoom. And I'll play a little forward from this portion of the video. And did you see a bike coming up behind the person at the end of the video?
Yes.
And then what do they do in front of Main Street?
It's a brief interaction.
Yeah, we'll play forward from here. Sorry, main stage. Sir, were you able to watch that?
Yeah.
Did you see the people?
Yes.
Did either of them appear to be Reales Dominguez?
No.
The person on foot, could you tell what he was wearing?
Darker shorts, looks like, with maybe a greenish sweatshirt and a backpack.
Appears to be wearing a black backpack.
Appears to be dark colored.
And so you secured this video,
Yes.
and then after securing the video, you booked it in.
Yes.
And so if anyone was curious about what was going on with people running down 2nd Street at about 9:30 earlier in the evening, this video would show it.
It would show anything happening within, the camera view.
Within view.
Yes.
And so just to clarify, this timestamp is 21:28 on there. What's that in like normal civilian time?
9:28 p.m.
No additional questions, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Can we turn the lights on or not?
Yes.
Thank you. So I appreciate that, Mr. Vanderhook, and now we turn to cross-examination. Mr. Hutchins.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
You indicated you've been a police officer for 22 years.
Almost.
You've been a sergeant for 6 years.
Correct.
So you've been a sergeant for the last 6 years, since approximately 2019.
No.
You've been a sergeant for a total of 6 years over your career.
Yes.
You were initially promoted to sergeant in 2015,
Correct.
and you remained a sergeant until 2020.
'21, I believe.
And in 2021, you were demoted.
Correct.
You were demoted from sergeant to police officer.
Detective.
And the reason you were demoted, that was due to putting incorrect information in a report.
No.
Why were you demoted then?
I believe it was a use of force issue.
It involved an incident with a SWAT team,
Yes.
where a subject was bitten by a police dog,
Correct.
and the officer who was handling the police dog was someone you were in a relationship with at the time.
One of them.
Was there a female officer handling the police dog who you were in a relationship with at the time?
Yes.
Is that person now your wife?
At the time, they were my wife as well.
And they're still your wife?
Correct.
And did you write a report regarding the use of force by your then wife?
No.
Then what did you do that caused you to be demoted from sergeant to police officer?
I was the supervisor on scene.
So, again, you may be the supervisor, but what did you specifically do that caused you to be demoted from a sergeant to police officer?
I was a supervisor. I'm not sure what you're asking exactly.
Well, many times people can be supervisors and someone underneath them does things that are wrong or a mistake. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. But many times it's not that supervisor's fault that someone did something wrong.
Yes.
What did you specifically do that caused the Davis Police Department to demote you from sergeant to detective?
I'm not exactly sure.
Below sergeant, there is corporal. That's a rank as well, right?
Yes.
Below that is police officer.
Correct.
You were demoted 2 ranks, from sergeant down to police officer, correct?
Yes.
So, sir, does the Davis Police Department demote people for no reason, or is it only when they've done something that is determined to have been improper?
You would have to ask somebody other than me.
Sir, yes or no, are you aware of the purported reason that you were demoted?
I was made aware at the time, yes.
What is the reason, the official reason that you were demoted?
I would need to go back and look at that.
So is your testimony under oath that as you sit here today, you have no independent memory of why you were demoted 2 ranks from sergeant to police officer.
I remember one of them being a failure to intercede. As far as what else was on the report, I don't recall.
And failure to intercede means failure to get involved when someone underneath you is doing something improper?
Specifically, the failure to intercede was the expectation was for me to get between a police canine and a person that was apprehending.
So it's your testimony, they demoted you 2 ranks because you did not get in between a canine that was going after a subject and that subject? That's your testimony?
That's part of the reason, yes.
If an officer were to get in front of a canine who is being directed to go after a subject, that officer would get injured, correct?
Probably.
So I cannot imagine that the Davis Police Department would demote you simply because you did not get in the way of a dog that was going after a subject. So, as you sit here today, was there anything else you can remember as to why you were demoted?
There was other things. I can't tell you
Argumentative as to what the defense counsel can imagine.
I can't tell you, but I could come back with an official report. I honestly can't tell you all the reasons.
You are under defense subpoena for next week?
Yes. Or the 20th,
That's next week, isn't it? Yes.
maybe.
I've lost track too. But, so you would have to go review your official document to determine, to refresh your memory as to why you were demoted 2 ranks from police sergeant to officer.
Yes.
Did you, before you were demoted, did you draft a report summarizing or documenting the use of force by that individual?
For the same incident?
Yes.
No.
So, the incident in which you failed to intercede, did you ever draft any document summarizing that, describing that?
No.
The person who you failed to intercede, was that your wife?
Yes.
She was the one who gave the dog the order to bite the subject or go after the subject?
Yes.
When were you again promoted to sergeant?
September, late September or early October of last year.
So when Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, what was your rank at that time?
Detective.
Does the detective have the... Back up. Is detective a rank or is that an assignment?
It's an assignment, but it has additional benefits attached to it.
But there are people who are assigned to patrol officers who then move to detective and then back to patrol.
Yes.
You take turns.
Yes.
So when you were a detective at the time Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, did that have any higher rank than the people who were assigned to patrol during that time period? Not responsibilities, I mean just rank.
So rank, no.
Sir, when you ended on on direct examination, they were asking you about a video that was taken in front of a dispensary.
Yes.
That is main stage in Davis.
Yes,
You collected that video?
yes.
What day did you collect that video?
I went there the morning of the 2nd, I believe.
That video, let me back up. You are aware that the FBI had a video from a cell phone that purported to show someone who had been chased by a group of unhoused individuals from the intersection of 2nd L?
Yes.
When did you become aware that the FBI had that video?
I don't know, but I believe after I collected this, because I collected this the morning after the 2nd and L Street incident. And I think I was made aware maybe that afternoon, but I'm not sure.
When you were collecting this video, you were trying to determine if the suspect who had stabbed Miss Guillory at 11:45 had potentially fled east down 2nd Street,
Yes.
because it was unclear exactly what route of travel this person took.
Yes, there was different statements earlier in the night, I believe around the clock. Some of the people in the area of 2nd L thought that this person, this subject, had come back, and so is covering as many angles as I could.
Understood. When did you first see the cell phone video that the FBI had?
I don't believe I saw it. I heard about it, but I honestly don't think that I saw it.
Do you recall who told you about it?
I know Detective Russell was tasked with trying to track down the people involved. I'm not sure who else. There's a lot of video going around.
But as you said you don't recall ever seeing it, did you ever have a discussion with anyone who had seen that video?
Yes.
Who did you have a discussion with?
I know I talked to Detective Russell. Other than that, I'm not sure.
Do you recall who told Detective Russell to conduct that investigation based on the cell phone video?
I don't.
Do you recall, or do you know which FBI agent, or the name of the FBI agent who had that cell phone video?
No.
So the video we saw today in front of Main Stage, that was not the video that Detective Russell saw. In other words, it was not surveillance video that he saw. He was shown a cell phone video.
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, does the Davis Police Department have that video, the one Detective Russell was shown?
Not that I know of.
But you did speak to Detective Russell about the results of his investigation regarding the person who was chased at approximately 9 or 9:30?
Yes.
And he advised you of, well, did you know about a man named Khalid Siddiqui prior to Detective Russell beginning his investigation, or did he advise you of that?
He advised me of that.
Have you ever met Khalid Siddiqui?
No.
So we saw an individual with a backpack and shorts. You can't look at that individual and determine whether it's Khalid Siddiqui.
No, I can't.
The individual on the bike, were you able to determine who that was?
No.
You know what Isaac Chessman looks like?
I do vaguely recall what he looks like.
That does not appear to be Isaac Chessman on the bike.
That's not I don't believe so.
So as you sit here today, you do not know who that individual was on the bike?
No, I don't.
And you don't know why the FBI would not want to provide that individual's name?
I don't know.
But the video that Detective Russell saw appeared to have been shot by the person on the bicycle.
Yes.
You, just a moment, sir. Ultimately, Mr. Siddiqui was completely cleared of any involvement. Right?
Yeah, yes.
And you actually drafted a report in which you stated that this subject was later identified as Khalid Siddiqui and was cleared of any involvement.
Correct.
You wrote that report, well, when you wrote that report, you dated it.
I'm sorry, what do you mean I dated it?
Do you recall writing a supplement 7 in which you wrote that Khalid Siddiqui was cleared of any involvement?
I do.
Do you have supplement 7 with you?
I may.
And when you write a report, most often you will put the date and time of the report that it's written.
Typically, yes.
And then at the bottom of that, you will also note the date that the report is complete, typically.
Typically, yes. So it's once you're done with it, I believe it's a completed button on the bottom, which auto-populates the date.
And then that report is sent to a supervisor,
Yes.
and the supervisor reviews it
Yes.
and approves it,
Yes.
and then the report will be auto-populated the date the supervisor approved it.
Yes.
Do you have supplement 7 with you?
I can look. I believe I do.
I would show you a copy on my computer. Would that be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, Roger. Page. So I'm going to show you. You can just. You found
I
it?
think I found it. Yes.
I think you did.
Okay.
So, sir, do you see supplement 7?
Yes.
And in reviewing the first paragraph, is that the report in which you indicated that Khalid Siddiqui was cleared of any involvement? Bottom of first paragraph.
Yes.
That the date on that report is Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023.
Yes.
The time of that report is 0304 hours.
Correct.
So that would be 3:04 a.m. on May 2nd.
Yes.
Just to be clear though, Miss Guillory she was stabbed on the night of May 1st, approximately somewhere around 11:40, 11:45.
Correct.
So this date, if correct, is only about 3 hours and 19 minutes later.
Yes, the date and the time are about that.
So was and this would be before Detective Russell even met with Mr. Siddiqui, right?
Yes.
So how was he already cleared 3 hours and 19 minutes after the incident?
My statement says this subject was later identified as Khalid Siddiqui and was cleared of any involvement.
So you went back and modified a report you'd written on May 2nd at some later time?
No, this was a running document until it was completed.
And was a running document, and on the bottom, the date completed is May 2nd?
I'm not sure if that was the date that it was completed because it wasn't reviewed until May 24th. We'd have to look at the audit trail to see exactly when it was completed.
Sometimes, I guess you can start a document at one date and time and then add stuff at a later point.
Yes.
So, as you sit here today, clearly you began writing this document on May 2nd at 3:04 a.m., but you can't recall when you added the information that Khalid Siddiqui was later cleared of any involvement.
I didn't start writing the document at 3:04. I began interviewing people on scene at 3:04. I know went to the dispensary at 9 o'clock in the morning. I didn't start writing this document at 3:04. It would have been later in that day.
But fair enough. So the date on the top is actually not the date of the report, it's when your involvement in this case.
Yeah, for this specific supplement, this is when I began, was at 3 o'clock.
Got it. But at the bottom, it's the date that the report has been completed and is then, as you said, auto-populated, that is May 2nd.
Yes.
2000. So it appears you finished this report sometime on May 2nd.
That's what it appears, but I don't believe that that's what happened.
But isn't the May 2nd date you said something the computer adds when you finish a report?
Yes.
And that date is May 2nd.
Yes.
And the date Janelle Bestfitch approved it was May 24th.
Yes.
And what was Janelle Bestfitch's position at that time?
She was the investigation sergeant.
So she was your superior?
Correct.
And she was the one who would review all of your work in this case?
In this case, I believe so.
We saw the individual in the dispensary appeared to be wearing shorts.
Yes.
It was clear from the video that person was not wearing pants.
Yes.
And certainly that person was not wearing Adidas track pants
Yes.
with a stripe down the side.
Correct.
Did you become aware that witnesses to this stabbing of Miss Guillory were speaking to the media and speaking among themselves, stating that this person who stabbed Miss Guillory had been there 2.5 hours earlier and had been chased. Do you recall becoming aware of that?
Yes.
And you were aware of Mr. Chessman being on television telling that story over and over again.
I don't believe I saw it, but I'm aware of it.
And you knew, you were aware of that even before Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, what they were saying about that person being there 2.5 hours earlier was not true. You knew they were wrong about that.
I'm not sure at what point.
But at some point you became aware that this narrative that the stabber had been there 2.5 hours earlier and had been chased, you did become aware that that narrative was false.
Yes.
And you were also aware that that narrative was continuing even after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested.
No, I don't believe I'm aware of that.
Did you ever speak to Miss Guillory after she was released from the hospital?
No.
Did you ever take part in a conversation with anyone where there was concern that these witnesses were being tainted by this false narrative that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been there 2.5 hours earlier scoping them out and planning his attack? Was there ever discussion that these witnesses may be influenced by this false information?
I'm not sure.
Was there ever a discussion of, after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, of advising the media that that earlier report that had been broadcast and in television and paper was not true? Was there ever a discussion about that?
I don't know.
You don't recall having any such discussion?
And I'm saying I don't know if one occurred.
Did you participate in such a discussion?
No.
Did you ever have a concern that after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, that this false narrative that was being, printed and shown on television could basically taint potential witnesses?
I'm sorry, you're asking if I was aware, or?
Did it ever occur to you that maybe you should tell the media that this report about Mr. Reales Dominguez being there 2.5 hours earlier, that was not him? Did that ever occur to you?
I know we specifically don't like to give information about cases, especially pending cases. So as far as the tact on that is up to the PIO, and but I don't see why we would go out and put information like that out over the media.
Even if the media is reporting false information that is prejudicial to a defendant, you don't feel any need to correct that?
It's not my place.
Whose place is it?
Probably our PIO.
What does PIO stand for?
Or Public Information Officer.
Who was the public information officer at this time?
I'm not sure. It's usually a lieutenant.
So, I'm going to switch gears here, sir.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I'll let me pull this off.
Sorry, Reynolds, can I have you pull the mic close to you? Thank you, appreciate it. I was able to hear you, but I heard the mic on.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit A. You recognize this exhibit? It's a satellite view of.
Yes.
And earlier, you were shown a video from a Illusion Smoke Shop.
Yes.
And you can see Illusion Smoke Shop in this map.
Yes.
That video showed a person on a bicycle, appeared to be Mr. Reales Dominguez, traveling eastbound on 2nd Street, through the intersection of 2nd and G.
Yes.
That was approximately right at midnight.
No, it was earlier than that. 10:50, somewhere around 11 o'clock.
I misspoke. That was approximately at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
And then it appears to show the person turn like they're going north on H Street,
Yes.
but then they're out of camera view.
Correct.
You're familiar with this area between, so go back up. Where my cursor is right here, kind of right at the intersection of 2nd and H Street. That's approximately where Mr. Reales Dominguez, the person believed to be Mr. Reales Dominguez, went out of view.
Correct.
And then there was no video recovered of his route after he went out of view.
Correct.
But if he had continued north on H Street and turned right on 3rd Street, he would pass by the glass store and then the thrift shop. You agree?
If that's the route that he took, then yes.
And I know it depends on how fast the person is pedaling, but probably a person on the bicycle riding at a regular rate could make it from this location right here at the intersection of 2nd and H, make it up to the glass shop probably about 45 seconds. Would that be a fair estimate?
I would say within 2 minutes, but yeah, it's 1 to 2 minutes, I think.
I guess it depends on how fast you're riding. Did you review, well, let's back up.
That's a good place to stop.
Stop, okay.
So, you have further cross-examination? Okay, and there may be redirect. Sergeant Ramos, I'd like you back to continue testimony tomorrow, Thursday, May 15th at 9:30.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate your testimony, your patience with the court today, and have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Right, thank you.
Your excused as a witness. Okay, I had a question for the jury, and that is that I have a seat here that's vacant. So I would ask, not Anna, but the four of you, if you want to have a friendly conference later in the day as you're walking out. If anybody wants, of the four of you, if anybody wants that and you can agree to who wants that seat, then let me know in the morning, okay? If nobody wants it, that's fine. If more than one person wants it and you can't agree, let me know and I'll decide. So anyway, I was gonna give you a chance to work it out first, and I appreciate your patience on that. So now, tomorrow, expect a full day, okay? And as of right now, Friday's a day that ends at 3 p.m. I'll continue to update you. Remember the three-part admonition at all times. Do not form any opinions until you're deliberating. Okay, do not research anything about this case. Do not go by any of the scenes that have been depicted at any time during this case, of course. And do not discuss this case other than scheduling. All right, thank you, folks.
This system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the